Good afternoon. I'm going to get us going here just because we are a little bit behind. All right. In accordance with Section 45 and 53 of the Planning Act, 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that applies to property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. We acknowledge the land we're meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid, in-person, and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx, an online digital platform. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We also ask you mute your devices until you're called on to speak. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelists when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time, and at all other times your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, the Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect that instruction. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee must fill out a decision request card. Those are just over here. And those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons, and public bodies, as those terms are defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. Regarding the procedure this afternoon, I'm going to call each item in the order listed on the agenda. When an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes. 5 minutes to address the committee, and I will comment when you are reaching the 5-minute mark. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot, I repeat, they cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first. They'll make a presentation to the committee on the application. Again, the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then, individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we call on speakers in the hearing room first and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation, and when all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the other speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. All right, before we get to our afternoon items. We'll check if there are any declarations of interest for the afternoon session. Mr. Marciari, you have...
Mr. Chair, yes, I have 3 conflicts actually. Item 9, item 20, and item 28.
Okay, and if you can, for each of those items, just let us know
I'll let
what the
you know
reason for
when
the conflict
when
is.
the item
Yes,
comes up. Yeah.
sure.
So I think I'm going to sit out for the first item.
All right. And we dealt with our files to be closed this morning. Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer, any deferral requests?
I don't have any deferral requests right now. I lost my little buzzing, but Mr. Marzora has got to give us the reason for his.
Yeah,
Sorry, I forgot that. I know the agent or applicant.
and that is for,
For
that
3 of
applies to
them.
all 3 of them. All right. Okay, and believe that takes care of all of our administrative housekeeping. All right. We are on item 9. It's the first item of our 2 p.m. session. Mr. Marziari is going to step out for this item. All right. Item number 9. Number 10, CROHAM Road. The purpose of the application is to construct a 3-story multiplex building. This application was previously deferred on April 25th of 2024. It includes a number of variances, including bicycle parking, setback from a rear lot line, setbacks from north and south main walls, and width of a required soft landscaping strip. On file, material from the applicant, a report from community planning, a memo from urban forestry, a letter from Metrolinx, and a memo from transportation. All right, let's get our agent online. We have Miss Evangelista here with us.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I am actually going to ask for a deferral. There are some comments that were made in the planning report that I feel were, after all, this is only a 5-unit building. This is not a large building, and I feel that further conversation needs to take place with the planning staff. The other is I have dealt with Metrolinx, but there's a lot of misinformation that I feel I would be doing my client a great injustice if I move forward today. For this reason, I am asking for a deferral.
Fair enough. All right. I don't have any other speakers on this item. Are there any questions of panel members? No questions? All right, let's take this into committee. Yes, Mr. Nitfill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to move deferral of the application to allow the applicant further negotiations with planning and Metrolinx. I noticed that the original deferral was for consultation with planning, and obviously those consultations are not finished, so I think it's appropriate to defer so that they can continue.
Very well. Do I have a seconder? Ms. Sankar Peralta, thank you. And all in favor? That is unanimous. The deferral request is granted. All right, Mr. Marziari is back. We are now moving on to item number 10. Number 2, HAWKSDALE Road. The purpose of the application is to construct a new detached dwelling. This application was also previously deferred by the Committee of Adjustment on September 26th, 2024. We have a number of variances: vehicular access to a parking space, and 2 variances for north side yard setback. On file, material from the applicant, a memo from urban forestry and transportation. We have our agent or applicant with us. Oh, in person. Welcome. Your name and address when you get a chance. All right, I'm going to have you repeat that just into the mic. I know we can hear you, but the people online can't. Sorry, we're going to stop you there. Staff are going to come and help you. It might be a button. I know. I forget sometimes that the people at home or online can't hear anything that doesn't go through our audio system.
My apologies.
Of
So
course.
it's Ian, I-A-I-N, last name Donnell, D-O-N-N-E-L-L. I'm counsel. My address is 183 Simcoe Avenue in Keswick, L4P2H6.
All right, thank you. All right, you are the only speaker to this item. I do see that we have some concern from staff with respect to trees.
There was a report from Mr. Bostock indicating that while it wasn't the rule, he wanted to voice the fact that he thought the tree should stand. I have comments subject to
Fair enough.
Mr. Chair.
I won't get any further. I will get the clock up and give you the floor just to give us a little bit of context and information on this item.
So the tree in question is one blue spruce. There was material that was provided in the past by Mr. Bostock suggesting they're rare. My research tells me that blue spruce is the landscaping tree of choice, at least in southern Ontario, because they're hardy, they're almost impossible to kill, and they grow to about 10 feet and they're quite manageable. This tree is in a place for where we want to put a driveway. I note the materials were provided showing a plethora of other homes in the area sharing the same sort of driveway entrance close to a corner. Transportation has said they have no objections to it, is my understanding on reading the materials. Mr. Musato, he made 3 applications with regard to the trees. In September 27th, 2023, he paid $791 for an application to injure or destroy a private tree. It's on his property. On, apologize. The next one is cash in lieu of a private tree, $583, and that was on October 2nd. And the last one was in November, and it was cash in lieu of replanting a city tree. He is not a tree hater. He's more than happy to plant 1 or 2 or 3 trees anywhere on the lot to compensate for this one tree. It's a mature 40 some odd centimeter base. It is not a rare tree, if I might suggest that. Any tree is responsible. Don't get it wrong. Any tree is necessary. We can't cut them all down. But he's prepared to put up 3 for 1. He's also paid a price for not doing the tree. So, subject to any questions you might have, I don't know what else we could show for bona fide that we really want to get along, and it's not just murdering a tree. We just want to change 1 for 3.
Yep. Yeah, fair enough. I you know, to forestries, so I know they're not here to speak to this item, but, you know, generally, I think the concern is sort of, you know, while you could replace a tree, you're dealing with a sapling versus a mature tree is that might be the concern. But you guys have engaged in, I presume, some lengthy discussions with forestry staff?
We have, and Mr. Bostock invited us to come back and retry our hand, if you would, in front of the committee.
Okay.
And I think he's maybe overly candidly said often the committee doesn't always go with what he thinks.
Yeah.
I thought that it was very fair of him in his last-minute report last week, giving his opinion on why and what he thought, and I understand his position. He also noted in more fair terms that there wasn't an absolute, that the committee had the power, as you know, Mr. Chair,
That's right.
to make a decision in light of their recommendation. Now, of course, we like the recommendation from traffic, And all the materials I sent in with the pictures and showing the different places that have the same sort of entrances.
Yep, yeah.
It's unopposed. All the neighbors, part of the materials that were filed were a plethora of neighbors. I think it was like 20 names, all of them in favor of this going ahead.
Yep.
We find ourselves in a bureaucratic hamster wheel. We think we've checked off all the boxes. We're prepared to cooperate. 3 for 1, with the greatest respect, sounds like a pretty fair deal. And he's not talking about planting a seedling. He'll put up a tree
Yeah.
of some girth.
Well, I should say you were not the first to come before us to offer to plant, more trees, in lieu of removing one. But, it's sort of the way it goes with forestry. I mean, their mandate is to focus on the existing canopy. Their focus is trees, right? So that's sort of what they're going to advocate for, right?
Yes, sir. My thought would be, as I mentioned, it is a tree of choice for landscapers.
Mm-hmm.
They are prolific, they are hardy, and we'll be more than happy to plant 3 of those hardy trees
Yeah,
of almost a similar girth on the property.
fair enough.
It is a private tree.
Let me ask you too, from a planning standpoint, what, you're looking to move the driveway from one side, from one elevation to the other.
Yes, sir.
What's the planning rationale to, justify removal of a mature tree in order to move this driveway? Is there enough justification for the removal of a mature tree to compensate for this desire?
To put up the new dwelling,
Mhm.
it is not unrealistic to expect to have a 2-car garage.
Right? Of course, yeah.
And that is what is basically the sticking point here. We've done all the engineering, we've done all the reports, we've done everything that's necessary, and really, we've come down to the location of an unfortunate tree
Mhm.
and what we do next. It, with respect, doesn't make a lot of sense to, from my perspective, forgive me,
Yeah.
to put one tree in the way of betterment of the property, of a well-engineered construction, of clearances from almost everyone. After some diligent work and back and forth, I'm not saying it came to us immediately, we've done everything. And to ask to move and/or put up 3 other trees, I mean, I'm not stuck on 3 trees. My client says he'd do 4, he'd do 5.
Yeah, yeah.
One of the problems we have, they won't be blue spruce, because he has, and part of the materials that were filed on a previous application, I don't know if I can refer to it or not, were doctor's notes saying that he is one of the small minority of people or majority of people that are actually allergic to blue spruce, and it brings on asthma, and he is a heart attack survivor. He actually was in the hospital yesterday being checked out, and they kept him overnight and reminded him not to do anything stressful or do anything that would cause his asthma and/or extra medical problems. So it's twofold, if you would. My client wants to be a good citizen. He wants to be a good neighbor. He's made a point of talking to all the neighbors. He's done all the necessary engineering and applications, if you would, to ask for a variance. I know it's up to the committee. I believe in the list of things that you'll be hearing today, even though it's very important to us, it's probably not the highest thing on the list, but we'd ask you to give it consideration. I think I've just about used up my 5 minutes, subject to questions.
Yeah, no, you finished, and part of that was a part of my own questioning, just to understand, get a little bit more context. I'm going to ask my colleagues if they have any questions. Yes, Mr. Nipfel, and then Mr. Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a number of questions. I'm wondering if you could clarify that on drawing number, let me see, your site plan drawing, that I've got the right tree. It's the star-shaped tree that's to the side of the driveway. Is that correct?
I'm going to ask the gentleman that drew that drawing, if I could. Thank you.
Before you do, just give us your name and address for the record.
Nelson Espinola, 1726 St. Clair Avenue West.
And you are the architect?
I am the architectural designer.
Yep. Okay.
I want to make sure that I've got the right tree. It's this star-shaped tree.
It is, yes. It's
Okay.
it's a symbol for a pine tree.
A couple of questions. One, have you considered a single-car garage? And if you did have a single-car garage, would you have sufficient space around the tree to save it? One question. Secondly, why did you dismiss having access from Tilbury, which is what the bylaw requires? You're only here because you don't have access from Tilbury. You have it from another street. If you had it from Tilbury, you wouldn't need the variance. Have you looked at that, and if so, why did you abandon that? And then the last point that was raised, the owner has an allergy to blue spruce. I've never heard of that, but does the existing tree create an allergy problem for him?
The answer is yes. I have notes from two physicians that I thought had been provided by previous legal systems.
So they would recommend its removal for health reasons?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the other two questions?
With regards to the position of the garage towards the front, the main reason is so that my client can enjoy his backyard. By introducing the garages from Tilbury, he is pretty much cut off from the benefit of enjoying his backyard. That's one of the reasons why we decided to have the garages from HAWKSDALE. And your other question was, sorry?
Whether you consider a single car, I
Oh, I
understand
see.
it's a double car garage. If it was a single car garage and the driveway were therefore narrower, would you have enough clearance to save the tree?
It's possible that I would, but it's something that we'd have to review it with forestry. At this point, I'm not in a position of saying that we would be okay with one car garage.
And in your discussions with forestry, are they aware of this allergy?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Makes sense for you for the picture. I can indicate that you're asking, sir, about letters from Dr. Fernandez. Just, I know you take my word for it, but Dr. Fernandez wrote 2 letters, and we have a letter from the neighbor talking about the same sort of thing, problem. Thank you, sir. Okay.
I have another question from my colleague, Mr. Schwartz.
I guess I got more than one. So for the designer,
I'm sorry, sir, I can't hear you.
okay, so I'm going to have some questions about the allergy, but I'll come back to you. For our designer, we've got a tree and a driveway. Is there any way to get this? You want to have a 2-car garage there. If you had a 1-car garage, you'd be able to do it, right? Is that the case?
Like I said, it's possible that we could, but I would have to check.
Well, you
that.
could, right? Yes, you could. You know you could.
It has a certain radius from the tree that needs to be protected,
Wow,
so.
okay, so I'm
but it's
just looking at
possible.
now if you had a 2-car driveway and a 1-car entrance, is that possible?
2-car garage and 1 entrance.
In other words, you know, the car that parks on the right side of the garage, could you create a driveway so the car that parks on the right side of the garage could still get into that garage even if the curb cut only allowed for 1 car to get onto the driveway at a
I
time?
think he's talking about a splay.
It's,
Splay the driveway, is that the right?
Splay, okay.
Splay.
it's going to be hard,
But it's possible.
but it's possible, I would say probably possible.
Did you
But in
look
terms
at,
of moving cars in and out, you would have to sort of take 1 car out, put the other one in. It's, that's an inconvenience.
okay, so it is possible. You don't know for sure,
Yeah.
but it could work. It wouldn't
That's
be as
correct.
nice, but it's possible. Okay. So back to the lawyer. Now I have questions about the allergy to the. You have a letter, a doctor's letter,
Yes.
and the doc. So before we get into the doctor's letter,
I'm sorry, sir?
I'm going to ask you questions about. You haven't presented the doctor's letter yet, but you have it here, right?
Yes?
Wasn't
No, and yes.
no,
No, we
yes.
haven't. Yes, I have.
Yes, you have it. No, you haven't produced it yet.
I believe it was produced in the last application. I don't know if
Was
it's a
it?
carryover or not.
Did anybody see it? I don't think I saw it. Is it there? Okay. So just some questions. So your client has an allergy to this tree. The allergy is just an inconvenience, right?
I'm sorry again, sir?
The allergy is an inconvenience, is that correct?
He is a heart attack survivor. It gives him asthma. It causes wheezing and coughing. He's been told by his doctor, not in so many words here, but in what I'm told, that he should avoid contact with a tree. I don't know what you know about trees and allergies, but apparently they're only dangerous in the spring and the fall.
I have allergies, so I do know, but I don't know what a doctor knows. So
Well,
why don't you read me the quote that the most valuable quote to your client that's in the doctor's letter?
He's reported coughing and sneezing at the present from a Colorado spruce. None of these symptoms were present before he bought this property and was there. He has been treated symptomatically with antihistamines, local cream, and affected areas, delayed but good response, avoiding entering the house through the front doors because it goes past the tree. In my medical opinion, with the present history and the indicia, and Mr. Macedo suffers an allergic, I'm not even going to try, NASOHAYRINGITIS, and asthma, and a severe allergic reaction to the tree.
Okay, but did the doctor do a skin test? Because he can do a skin. Did he go to is this an allergist or is this GP?
I do not know what this doctor does, sir. All I know it's a doctor and has a letterhead.
Okay. And did he do a skin test? Like you can do a skin test on somebody for.
No, I'm so sorry. I'm interjecting because
Who's
I
this?
sense that this is crossing the line on medical, personal information that maybe we have no grounds. I don't know if I'm wrong here, but
Who is
I
this?
just don't feel comfortable
Sankar?
listening to this.
I should pipe up that I've gone as far as I can go.
Well,
referred
he's
to
a
the-
lawyer. He could tell me he doesn't want to hear.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the lawyer's telling you, sir, that I've gone as far as I can. You asked me to repeat the letter I referred to.
Okay.
I've
You don't
read
have
snippet
anything
from
else.
it.
You don't have a skin test or anything else.
I'm sorry, sir?
You don't have a skin test. Well, look, this is a public hearing. We get to ask these questions. He's raised it for his client.
I think we're
You
teetering
hear
on
it
the
or
grounds
not?
of human rights here. Yeah, I do. And I think that if
Well,
there's
okay,
a
then,
letter, and
then
I'm
would you
not
be
saying
okay
I'm
that we
in
give no
favor, I just-
deference at all to what he has said about the allergy then?
I think it's okay to go that far, but to go into depth to ask the procedure and how he's done this, and if it's a skin or versus a blood, like we're getting into territory.
he's
a
sometimes
lawyer,
not
he
enough-
wants to
Mr.
not
Chair,
enough business.
I'll say something. I do caution the panel. As I recall, no one on this panel has medical experience to comment or take in evidence and weigh it against the variances.
Okay,
That's what I want to say.
so that's fair enough.
I don't see the merit of this because there's no way with my knowledge of your planning background or law background or any evidence of background you've brought before us at time of being selected for a panel would qualify you to take
Right.
this kind of detailed medical evidence
Yeah.
and weigh it as significant evidence to adjudicate this application.
I
Okay,
would agree.
So I guess I've heard from my colleagues, because I was hoping we might be able to accept some of your evidence, but I think what I'm hearing is, without a cross-examination of an expert, such as a lawyer, such as a doctor who's, so that we can't really give, like, we can hear what you said, but I don't think we can give it deference because we don't have, like, typically if you want an expert, you got to cross-examine on it. You got to have expert testimony. I'm asking you questions. You can't really answer them as an expert because you're really the advocate for your client. So I won't ask you any more questions on this. I just won't take them into account because we
if I
can't
might weigh in-
properly assess them.
If I might weigh in, sir, I'm giving evidence. I'm somewhat of an expert on evidence in courts, and the way it would work was if you wish to call contrary evidence, or you found it, you didn't want to give it the proper weight, that would be the way to deal with it. The lawyer should not be cross-examined with the greatest respect on things that are outside his scope. I said I
Right.
produced a letter from a doctor.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, so I can't cross-examine you,
question
so
of
I
weight.
can't really give it weight.
It's
That's
a
all.
question of weight, sir, and I'm sure you'll put whatever weight you think appropriate to it.
Yeah, I think,
I don't have any other questions.
okay.
I was hoping to be able to, but I guess I can't. So I'm sorry about that. Can't give it any.
I'm careful not to speak about things I don't know about.
Right, got it.
Yeah. All right. Further questions, Mr. Marchiori?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I have a quick question. There was a referral back in September.
I'm so sorry, I can't hear you.
I have a quick question
Yes.
about the deferral package back in 26 September 2024. The transportation change report has been changed from refusal to now supporting this application. What has been changed since then?
The evidence that we produced. The evidence that we produced.
So we produced, and I brought today, anyways, I have 8 different properties in the same general vicinity with 150 meters that have the same exception. There is one property, I'll tell you, give me 1 second. So there are properties at One Cuffy Crescent North, one Cuffy North South, 18 Hawksdale, 100 Cuffy Crescent North, 2 Bayford Avenue, 42 Tilbury Drive, and finally one that's very close, number 71 Cuffy Crescent. These are all variances that were put in place to have the driveway closer to the corner, which is really the issue that's being talked about here. And my friend went to great difficulty, went and took pictures for me. I made a lovely little package. I didn't realize because we were doing it on video that I just couldn't hand it in. I did one for everyone showing these different properties. So it's not an anomaly that we're asking. And yes, it would be perfect to have every tree that ever stood there. I mean, we can't even, I'm taking a step back. We can't even dig it up and move it without permission, even though it's private. So we've gone the route. First of all, he paid to have the tree removed. Then he paid to alter it. Then he paid to substitute it. With the greatest respect and meant with all reverence to the committee, he's done absolutely everything except self-help. We see that all the time. This isn't the only client I have like this. Normally, I'm defending someone who, in the middle of the night, a tree disappeared, they come in the morning, there's fresh sod. Mr. Rosito doesn't want to do that. He wants to be a law-abiding citizen, and he has done everything and spent thousands of dollars on this tree. Subject to any questions.
Yep. All right. Any other questions?
I didn't get my answer. I think
I'm sorry, if I
my
didn't-
question is, I just want to understand, because I think the transportation comment was about the proximity to the intersection,
Yes,
and I can see there's no change to that. So you were in discussion with transportation,
My
and you
friend-
convinced them that this is what I want to.
my friend, with my assistance, and he did all the legwork, went, took pictures, took them to transportation, asked them to revisit it, and when they realized it wasn't an anomaly, it wasn't a one-of, it was quite a common practice.
Okay.
They revisited, and we're thankful that they took a chance to revisit. There was no chicanery or magic turn. We just provided other evidence and asked them to review it.
Okay, fair enough.
helpful.
Thanks.
Yep.
Yep.
All right. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Really appreciate it. I'm going to take this matter into committee now. I'll have a brief, you guys can sit down. Brief discussion amongst our colleagues and followed by a motion. Mr. Nifil.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a comment or two. First of all, respect to the people that were making presentations. I'm not questioning what you're saying to us. However, there does appear to be an option that is worth considering, and that is a single-car garage. It's an easy option. It would be useful to know if that provides sufficient clearance to save the tree, because I notice even in the transportation comments, although they've said the access is fine, They did say the proposed driveway access represents a deviation from the zoning bylaw, and in addition, there is a mature tree that will have to be removed due to the proposed location of the driveway. Pardon me, I'm losing my voice. And then one of their conditions is that you have to receive approval from forestry to remove the tree, which sounds like it's going to be another never-ending circle. I think the easier solution is to consider the option, and your architect indicated that was something he was prepared to look at, and he didn't know the answer because he hadn't explored it, of a single-car garage. It looks to me as though that would give you a fair bit of space from this tree and allow the tree to be preserved and to still have the access off of HAWKSDALE rather than the other tree. So to my way of thinking, that's a reasonable alternative. The way to make that happen, in my view, is to basically turn down variance number 1 and to approve the rest of the application.
Other comments? Yes, Ms. Sankar-Peralta.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Chair. You know, I really appreciate the agent coming up and making, you know, what I believe is his belief. It's a really solid case, and, you know, the depth of like honor that his client would have had to go through to not sever that tree and then beg for forgiveness later. I really appreciate that. And so it's hard for me to you know, say what I'm going to say, which is really that, you know, the protection of the trees are there for a very valuable reason, for our city, for our health, for our surroundings. I understand that there might have been some medical concerns about this, and I'm going to share that I do also suffer from allergies and from exactly what this gentleman is going through. And I know without a doubt that when I purchase things, or let's just say it's a cat and a house that used to have a cat, I can't even purchase that house and go live in it because, you know, I will be suffering. So, you know, you kind of have to make the choices that you do. And there was the ability to, you know, do that entrance from another point of view that can infringe a little bit in the backyard. Or you opt to go through a single car garage, which is, you know, I heard my colleagues, Mr. Nipfel and Mr. Schwartz, talk about how that could be redesigned. And, you know, when you think about it, for a very mature tree, and I hate to say this, I am a tree hugger, and I do believe in the consciousness of every living organism here. You know, you use the word itself. It is murdering. You use that word. So I'm not okay with that. And I do believe what Mr. Bostock is saying is valid. And so even if I had to go through approving this application, I'm going to be approving knowing that forestry has a huge role and it will be subject to that. So that's something that needs to be worked out with them. If they agree to have that done, then that's on them, not on me. And if they agree to have 3 trees planted, then that's on them. It's not on me. So that's where I stand.
Mr. Chairman, could I clarify something I said? You actually don't need to remove variance 1 because you could still have you could still have access from HAWKSDALE, but you'd have to save the tree. And forestry, there perhaps is another way of wording a condition that the applicant work with forestry to save the tree. I'm convinced that a single car driveway is worth exploring, and I'm almost convinced it will work, but I haven't done the analysis.
Or a splay they might get away with.
Display is a little more dangerous. A single
Yeah.
car driveway is probably the best, and I agree with everyone that it's a remarkable tree. It should be saved. I'm sorry the applicant's gone through such a process, but I'm not anxious to have the tree taken down, and I particularly think that a change to what is being proposed, a single car driveway, would, or display, if it was approved, you could do either one, but I think that's perhaps a better way to go than to take the tree down and build a double car garage.
So what are you proposing, like in terms?
Missing. Sorry, go ahead.
I would suggest that we approve it, but with the condition of transportation, which basically call out the need to get forestry removal, if that is the result. But the applicant said you were exposed.
Mr. Chair, I don't hear what he's saying. I'm so sorry.
No, thank you for
know
letting
what?
us know.
It usually helps when I put my mic on, and I didn't. I think you could probably approve what's before us with the condition, particularly with the condition for transportation, because transportation's condition requires approval of forestry for removal of the tree, if in fact that's the approach they go. In the meantime, if they determine that a single-car driveway is appropriate and will save the tree, then they wouldn't have to do that. They wouldn't need anybody's approval. because
Mr. Chair.
they're taking the tree down.
Sorry. I'm going to caution about the transportation comment. It's not always appropriate to have one clearance requirement made by one division, putting the onus on another division to clear it.
Yeah.
And
I am also concerned about just sending some confusion to staff. If you get an approval for an application and they grant a variance, as a staff member, I would look at the application and say, well, if, the committee was okay with removing the tree, unless there was something in there
Okay,
that
which clear-
redirected that.
which clearly the direction I'm going is I'm not okay with removing the tree. So
Right.
maybe an additional condition is that the tree has to be saved. That's a condition. Can we do that?
I might have to defer to Secretary Treasurer.
So
on-
the effect of that is that if they can't, and who's going to sign it off at the permit stage? So you will effectively negate anything that is possible if that tree cannot be saved. And who's going to make that call? You always need a clearing. Every condition needs to be cleared by somebody, some staff member. And those conditions should come from that department. So if forestry didn't ask for something, it's not appropriate to put it on there. If they did, then of course, it's a valid condition.
Forestry did. Forestry suggested that variance number 1 not be approved, which in and of its own preserves the tree, because the only reason the tree is coming down.
Then the appropriate part is to refuse the variance that they're suggesting, not turning the condition on its side, because that, the way you're proposing makes it a very challenging kind of condition to clear.
They'd have to come back with I'll use our complete application phrase, complete application, meaning that they've spoken with forestry, they've updated the site plan, they've showed that they're going to retain the tree, it's a single garage, and then we would tie that variance to the site plan.
I will also say that if you put a condition like that and then it takes time to clear, you're effectively removing the appeal rights of the applicant if they find out later that they should have appealed it because they can't fulfill that condition.
So you're suggesting the cleanest approach is to not approve variance number 1?
That's entirely up to you.
No, I'm not
What-
suggesting that you tell us to do that, but you know where I'm going. What I want to do is allow the option for the tree to be saved. So the only way is to get rid of, yeah, okay, I got it. Okay.
Any other comments at this time? If not, I'll ask one of my colleagues whether they're prepared to bring a motion. We can see where it goes.
Maybe I should make some comments, because maybe hear me out a little bit here. Because
Please, Mr. Schwartz.
so I don't want to give deference to the allergy or weight to the allergy, so that's off the table. But like when I look at all this, and I like trees, I really love trees. I'm vegan, you know this. I like anything that grows in the ground. But I'm not sure that, like, there's nobody here in opposition. We've got a forestry report. They're asking us to refuse 1. I think if we refuse 1, then it just really, it doesn't serve the applicant. So like, we're basically refusing the whole thing, are we not? And no, we're not? You're saying just accept it all and refuse 1?
Sorry, if you refuse that variance number one, it's going to be totally different application.
Yeah.
Well, it's either going to be, there'll be some modification, whether it's a single-car garage or it's relocating the garage to the other side in order to facilitate two cars, but they still have the setback, which I might know, we haven't talked about the setback, but the two variances for the setback facilitate quite a bit of additional, like, massing, you know, given it's a full meter. And also just taking into account the direct adjacency at number 25 is set back quite a bit in relation.
I don't know, I'm supposed to be the tough guy here, but I'm not, I don't really have a lot of problems with this. I mean, I don't like losing a tree. The guy says he's gonna plant 3. Is he gonna plant 3? I don't know. How do we tie it to planting 3? But here we've got no opposition from anybody. It's all about a tree. I look at that tree. I don't know if it's worth stopping this project over that tree. So I'm not, well, you know me, I'm usually tough on these guys, but I almost think that I'm not so opposed to this if it comes down to that, because yeah, I would have rather seen a one-car driveway, and I don't know why they couldn't work that out, but here we are we're trying to make a new proposal out of this, and how many times have they been here? There's nobody in opposition. It's all over a tree.
It's one of those things
It's
that,
not the most beautiful tree in the world as much as it's a tree and I like trees. So
yeah,
I'm not really that upset about this, but
it's one of those things
you
I think
planners and architects, you tell me.
maybe didn't, you know, come up as an issue until after the house was designed. But I think maybe this is something that should have been looked at from the get-go, saying, we got a
Maybe.
tree, how do we deal with this,
I
and
don't
use that as a starting point. Anyways, I don't want to spend any more time on this. I think we've deliberated quite a bit. Let's see if we got a motion, see where it goes, and try to provide some closure to this file, one way or another. Yes, Mr. Nitfill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move refusal of variance number 1, approval of the rest of the application subject to the transportation conditions that we've had sent to us, and the forestry condition is in fact to refuse variance number 1.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Second by Ms. Sankar. All in favor? Opposed? Mr. Mazziari and Mr. Schwartz. The motion passes. The application in part is approved. All right. Item number 11, 3036 to 3050 Bathurst Street. The purpose of the application is to provide fire-rated accessible recycling and organic garbage room in an underground parking garage in order to comply with a fire code notice. We have 2 variances before us that are related to the reduction in parking space, and 1 variance related to parking width. We've got material from the applicant, as well as material from the previous agenda package that was for when this item was heard on June 20th of 2024. We have our agent or applicant with us.
Yes, I'm Ivan Franco of 222 Islington Avenue, Suite 260. I'm an architect.
All right. Just give me a moment here. I should ask, in the previous package, I see transportation provided a memo. I'm just wondering if there's an updated, staff, no updated memo. We're still dealing with the June 7th, 2024 memo from transportation? All right. Yes, Mr. Marchiori.
Probably the applicant can clarify that, but I think there is a parking justification added to the package.
I did notice that. They've done this stuff.
Probably address the transportation, so we don't have a updated transportation report.
Yeah.
Probably they're supporting, but I'll let the applicant speak to that.
Yeah, let's take that back to the applicant. Perhaps they can provide just an update on where we stand with transportation.
Okay, I have a brief statement I'd just like to read, please. So in the memorandum from Transportation Services dated 7th of June 2024, the minor variance application for 36 Bathurst Street was deferred pending, one, an analysis of the parking demand and supply in order to quantify the impact of the removal of 3 parking spaces, 2, the clear dimensioning of parking spaces and the provision of a clearly shown parking count, 3, clarification of how the recycling and organic bins will be moved from the underground parking with vehicle maneuvering diagrams to show ingress and egress from the underground parking. To address these concerns, a parking justification study was prepared by N Engineering that compiles all of the requested information. The parking justification study concludes that 1, the maximum parking utilization for this building is 55%. The proposed recycling and organic storage room will not have any negative effect on the site parking operation. 2, this study contains revised architectural drawings showing clear dimensions and a parking count for the underground parking. The parking count is being reduced from 86 parking spaces to 83 parking spaces. 3, the vehicle movement diagrams included in the report show that the utility tractor can safely move the bins in and out of the underground parking, and that the pickup sequence of the garbage and recycling bins takes place without encroachment on any parking spaces. We trust that this will satisfy all requirements for the minor variance requested. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions?
Straightforward.
Yes. All right, let's take this into committee for a decision. Mr. Maraziari, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's a straightforward application, and with the parking justification, I think transportation is in full support, so I'd like to make a motion to approve with no condition.
All right, do I have a seconder? Ms. Sankar-Peralta, thank you. All in favor? That's unanimous. Application is approved.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You as well. Item 13, 560 Finch Avenue West. The purpose of the application is to construct a second-story addition and 2 additional units to the existing 2-unit dwelling. 1 variance to permit a parking space in a front yard. On file, material from the applicant. We have our agent applicant with us. I apologize. Thank you for that correction. Disregard my comments. We are on item 12. I apologize. The property address for VIRGILWOOD Drive. The purpose of the application to construct interior alterations and a second-floor addition to convert the existing dwelling into a 2-story fourplex with 1 variance before us to permit a parking space in a front yard. I've seen material from the applicant. Just lost my file here. Sorry. Memo from Development, Planning, and Review, as well as memo from Transportation. We have our agent or applicant with us.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sir,
Good afternoon.
it's Mr. Wallace,
Yes, correct.
and your address?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jim Wallace, Arc House Architects. Our address is 1358 Huron-Ontario Street, Mississauga, Ontario.
Sir, I presume that you have read the recommendations in the transportation report?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we have.
And no concerns with those recommendations?
We
Conditions, I should say.
resolved the concerns of Transportation Services in advance of this hearing, Mr. Chairman.
All right, very good. Sir, I've reviewed the file. I don't require a full presentation, but I am going to ask my colleagues if they have any questions or they require a full presentation. All right, I don't think we do. Yes, I should ask, is there anybody here in the gallery to speak to this item? This is for VIRGILWOOD Drive. Yes? All right. Okay. Please come down and just state your name and address for us.
I hope the button is working. Perfect. Andrzej Zemanek, 46 Virgilwood Drive, Ontario, M2R to B2.
All right.
My question is, what does it mean fourplex?
What does it mean, fourplex?
Yes.
I'm going to let the agent or applicant answer that. Is that your only question?
It's my question, as I am aware that the whole Virgilwood and few other small cul-de-sac streets are somehow designated as single-family homes.
Yes. Is
So
it a statement?
fourplex is a single-family home?
No, it's not.
No. Good. So what really you are having here as a problem? A driveway or a complete change of the definition of the house?
Well, I will answer that question for you.
Please.
Yes. So our application today specifically is to deal with one variance, meaning.
I heard this.
Yes. And that has to do with parking.
Correct.
Yeah. It has nothing to do with the fourplex.
So if this variation would be accepted, this house as a fourplex is accepted.
No, not necessarily. No, they're not here to apply for fourplex. They're here to, they're proposing a fourplex, but the variance that is before us, the part of the bylaw that they do not comply with has to do with a parking space in the front yard.
I understand.
Yeah.
My position is very simple. I'm nothing against fourplexes. I have nothing against the fact that we need in this city to use the living space in a better way than single-family homes. But I would like to also be assured that if on, for example, Virgilwood, there would be one fourplex accepted, the others who would be ready to put money into another fourplexes on that street will be not having any problems coming to the Committee of Adjustments.
Yeah. Well, I can't answer that because if somebody wants to apply for a fourplex, they can apply.
I
They
know.
don't have to come to Committee of Adjustment.
I
They're
know.
only coming to committee if there's a part of the bylaw that they don't comply with.
So who makes decision about the changes from single-family homes to fourplexes?
That would be city planning.
Planning.
Yeah. And it's council. I mean, so my staff have indicated that it's council.
A
So,
council.
Yeah.
Okay. But no a council as a avocado. No. A council as a group of people.
Council is a group of people.
Good.
Yeah.
Fine. Thank you very much. And the last question, is there a simple way that anyone who is interested in those changes related to the driving conditions and so may see the drawings related to this project?
Yes. So
Yes.
when an application is filed with our committee, the information has to get posted on the city of Toronto website. There is a portal in which all of these documents, they're public documents, they get posted for people to see.
So
and
the
review.
portal has a simple few letters which you have to type into computer to get to the portal.
You put the address in and all the files will come up, including the plans for this
Including the
application.
planning.
You got it.
Would it be possible for someone who is having something to write, just to write it for me so I don't need to look too far?
Absolutely. So,
Great.
I'm going to ask, actually, I'm going to direct you to speak with staff,
Perfect.
and they will direct you towards that portal.
Thank you.
Okay?
That's all.
Of course. Yeah, and the drawing's up as well. Is anybody else here to speak to this item? All right. Number 4, Virgilwood Drive. It's an application for a front yard parking space. Sorry, which item number are you? Or the address? What's the address? You're in the right place. We haven't gotten to that item yet. Yeah, that's item 25. Okay, I'm going to go back to the agent just because we did have another speaker. I want to provide the agent an opportunity to respond if he wishes to. Otherwise, I'm ready to take this matter into committee for a decision.
I would just like to comment on the number of units as it relates to the zoning bylaw, Mr. Chairman, just to provide some clarity to the neighbor.
Yep.
On the notice that's been issued to the public, there's a designation that identifies the zoning with a note that says U4. So U4 describes the number of units that are permitted on a residential lot under the zoning bylaw. So this application has nothing to do with the dwelling. The building is in compliance. It's just merely for relief of parking in a front yard where parking in the front yard is not permitted. It's only permitted in the rear yard. We are seeking relief of that provision to allow for one parking space in the front yard as shown on our plans.
Very good. Yeah, and I know that I clarified that, but it's, you know, to a layperson, it can be difficult. So I thank you again for that re-clarification so that everybody understands what we're actually here to review. Sir, any other comments? Otherwise, I will take this into committee for us.
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's take this into committee. Comments, motion. I might just say, you know, just taking a look at this street specifically, I do understand not only the desire, but, you know, the need for vehicles. It's a bit of an interesting street in that it, you know, you kind of look, the walkability, frankly, is not the greatest, just given the adjacencies to some other zones. So I can certainly understand the need for parking. You know, also taking into consideration some of the adjacent addresses in this little pocket, it seems pretty common to see front yard parking on Virgilwood and some of the courts that it accesses. So perhaps my colleagues have some comments or... Yes, Mr. Newfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think what they're proposing is consistent with what's going on in the area. I have no difficulty with the application, and unless my colleagues have difficulty, I'd bring forward a motion of approval subject to transportation.
Yep, we've got a motion, second by Mr. Schwartz. All in favor? All right, that is unanimous. Application is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep. All right, item 13, 560 Finch Avenue West. This is also, no, just give me a moment. Get the right number here. Yes. All right, item 13, 560 Finch Avenue West. I got thrown by the purpose of the application again because yes, this is also, it's a similar application. It's the adjacent property, and they're looking to, for permission to permit a parking space in the front yard as well. So we've got that one variance related to the purpose, material from the applicant, again, and nothing else on file. We have our agent or applicant with us, Mr. Wallace.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I don't know if I've been unmuted or not. Oh, no, it appears I am. Thank you, I'm still here.
All right, for the record, name and address, please, again.
Yes, of course. Jim Wallace, Arc House Architects, 1358 Huron, Ontario Street, Mississauga, Ontario.
All right. I don't see any other speakers. There's a lot of people in the gallery. Is anybody here to speak to item 13? All right. Mr. Wallace, I've reviewed the package. I'm sure you're not surprised. I don't require a full presentation from you on this item. If it's all right with you, we can move into committee for decision.
Could I ask one question first?
Oh, but before we do that, Mr. Nipfel has a question.
Just a very brief question. It's very difficult to read the site plan for this one because of all the overlays. But it looks as though there's space for 2 cars side by side on what is proposed to be the driveway. Am I reading that correctly? And can you explain why the driveway here appears to be bigger than the driveway on the adjacent property? And I'm looking at the site plan, drawing A0.01.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chairman. In regards to this question, there is a future plan to construct an accessory garden suite in the rear yard. And in order to provide fire department access from Virgilwood Drive to the proposed ARU in the rear yard, it's a garden suite that's not part of this application, but it's something that we're planning for. We need to provide an unencumbered access path from Virgilwood to the garden suite. And by putting a second vehicle in the front yard, it would obstruct that path. Now, I'm of the opinion that the fire department, in the event of emergency, will use any means necessary to access a building where an emergency event is happening. However, in order to satisfy the requirements of the bylaw, this is the situation we find ourselves in, and this is why it's illustrated the way it is. Sir, I hope that answers
It's a
your
double width
question.
driveway then, correct?
It is a double width at the front of the home,
Yeah.
and it narrows to a single width adjacent to the home with a significant side yard landscaping where you see the trees, sir.
Thank you very much for clarifying.
And just to confirm, that big stretch of landscaping on the side, that's part of the subject property, or that's city property?
Mr. Chairman, that area that you're looking at is privately owned, a part of 560 Finch.
All right, very good. I should also ask too, we will probably see you back for your garden suite application, just given your explanation of U4, 4 units on the property. I presume you'll be asking for a 5th at some point?
Mr. Chairman, no, we have a zoning certificate in place for the garden suites.
Okay.
We are permitted as of right a garden suite that doesn't, that is exempted from the U4.
Oh, okay. Yep.
These have, yeah, so at this point, as it stands, we do not believe we need any variances, but of course, if we do, we will return to the committee.
Okay. Well, I thank you for trying to put forward as most a complete application as you can, so we can understand the full scope of where this project is headed. I'll ask my colleagues if they have any other questions for you. No questions? All right, sir, if it's all right with you, I'll take this into committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, let's go into committee. Mr. Schwartz, he'd like to make a motion? Mr. Schwartz is making a motion to approve, no conditions? Or subject to the conditions in the transportation memo? Second by Mr. Marziari, all in favor? That's unanimous, that is approved. All right, last item of our 2 p.m. session. Item number 14, 16 McAdam Avenue, unit number 2. The purpose of the application is to convert the existing office into a medical office. One variance related to the purpose, on file material from the applicant. Every agent or applicant with us?
Hello, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Saba Metnu from QBS Architects, 14 Crofton Road, Toronto, Ontario. I am the agent.
Welcome back. I believe you were here 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
All right.
Correct.
Okay. Madam, I have reviewed this file. I don't have any questions. I'm going to ask my colleagues if they have any questions or, yes, Mr. Dipfeld?
One very quick one. Can you confirm whether or not there is reserved parking or parking provision for this particular office in the underground parking?
Yes, sir. There are 25 visitor parking dedicated for the commercial and the underground, and there are 2 surface parking for drop-off.
Thank you very much.
Other questions? No questions. Looks like we can take this into, oh, Mr. Nitfeld, yes. Oh, looks like we can take this into committee. If that's all right with you.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, we're gonna go into committee. I'm gonna turn it over to my colleague, Ms. Sankar.
Yeah, I think that this is quite self-explanatory, and I'll put forward a motion to approve this application as it meets the 4 tests with no restrictions. Thank you.
All right, I have a seconder. Second by Mr. Marziari. All in favor? That's unanimous. Your application is approved. Yeah, let's take a break, and when we get back, we will resume with our 4 p.m. Time slot. Almost caught up. Almost. 20 minutes behind. Is everybody in the gallery here for the same item, more or less? Yeah? Is anybody here not here for item 18, 164 Homewood? Okay, we've got, and which address? Yes, you mentioned that.
Item 19148 BESSBOROUGH.
Okay. Okay. Different address? Okay. Okay. All right, very good. I just make sure I don't miss you guys. And sorry, yes? Baintree, yep. Okay. I saw one more hand.
Yeah, I'm here for the last item, 55 Research Road.
Okay.
It's quite a straightforward item as well, so. Who wants to be here first? Might be easier to deal with than.
You mentioned, oh, it's 28.
Need to unless something. That's not affordable housing. We have a speed. Cover everything.
Do you want to know who's speaking? Because we're not all here.
He asked where do you want to go forward. I'm checking because I need to go to the so they're all fine.
And how many hospitals are there? 5 minutes. Pretty strict. If I'm finishing my point.
Over the last name, right? Thank you. Like the last name, not the last.
All right, we're going to get going. We are just starting our 4 p.m. Session, 30 minutes behind. I do apologize, but I will try to move this along. We are on item number 15, 14 Mallory Crescent. The purpose of the application is to construct a new dwelling. Actually, perfect timing. Mr. Schwartz just getting back. I just want to... I wanted to have you join us for the item, so I was just, yeah, no problem. All right, item 15, 14 Mallory Crescent. The purpose of this application is to construct a new dwelling, variances for west side yard setback for a platform, building height, side main wall height, building, east side yard setback and west side yard setback, driveway width, vehicular entrance, and porch encroachment into a front yard setback. Yep. All right. We've got material from the applicant, memo from Urban Forestry, letter from Metrolinx, and some form letters in support. We have our agent or applicant with us.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Marco Razzolini from Socorro Design, 20 Stave Bank Road, Unit 202, Mississauga.
Thank you, Mr. Razzolini. Are there any modifications you'd like to make today?
Yes, so we are removing variances 6 and 7.
All right, just to confirm, variance number 6 for the driveway width and number 7 for the, I guess it's the height at which the vehicular entrance enters into the main wall of the building.
Correct.
All right. Just give me a moment. All right, I just want to confirm nobody's here for item number 15. All right, and nobody online. Mr. Razzolini, I've reviewed the file. I'm going to ask my colleagues whether or not they would like a presentation from you.
Sure, I do have a presentation, but also happy to answer questions.
Of course. Staff, can I also just confirm Ms. Sankar, is she online with us? She's off. Okay, good. All right, any questions for the agent or applicant? Sir, this seems pretty straightforward. If it's all right with you, I can take this right into committee for a decision for you.
Sure,
Oh.
Sounds good.
All right, thank you, staff. Okay. All right, let's take this into committee. Yes, Mr. Margiari.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm ready to make a motion. I think it's a straightforward application, so if my colleagues don't have any further comment.
No comment.
I'd like to make a motion. The application as amended, variance number 6 and 7 has been eliminated, and also with the condition of urban forestry number 2.
All right, I have a second by Mr. Nipfel. All in favor? That is unanimous. Your application, sir, is approved.
Thanks. Thank you.
All right. Item 16, 185 Dunblaine Avenue. The purpose of the application is to construct a new 2-story detached dwelling. Variances for the number of platforms, main pedestrian entrance height, building length, side main wall height, and lot coverage. On file, I have material from the applicant. All right, we have our agent with us. We have our agent with us.
Hello.
Online. Hello.
Yes, I'm Joseph Mazzatelli with Metaform Architects at 608 Oriole Parkway, Toronto.
All right, sir, could I ask for a brief presentation from you?
Yes, thank you. What we have is a proposal for a new dwelling, and it's on the same footprint as the existing house. So the side yards and the lengths are the same as the existing conditions are now. We actually removed part of the garage, which currently projects forward from the front yard. So in that sense, we're actually shorter than the original existing house. I believe this proposal meets the 4 basic tests of good planning, and it is desirable to the neighborhood. The city planner does not object to anything. I have also included 6 other decisions that are similar houses that have been approved by the Committee of Adjustment. One of them is actually the adjacent neighbor as well, and all of these have similar variances. The neighbors do not object, so we have the support of the neighbors. The existing, in terms of the variances, for the rear platforms, there is currently an existing balcony on the 2nd floor, so even though it's a variance, it's actually an existing condition. Our proposed balcony is smaller than the existing one. So the owner would like to build this new house for her family to use. In that sense, I believe this is an appropriate development for the street. The reason for the variance on the number 2 is that the owner would prefer to have fewer steps on the interior. So we're slightly over on the 1.5 meter requirement, 1.2 meter requirement. In terms of the length, we're slightly over, but as I said, this is existing, and only a portion of the rear of the house is at that length. More than half of it is actually 1.2 meters shorter. And in terms of the lot coverage, we're slightly above the requirement, but as I gave the other examples, some of them are even higher than we are. So we do not have any variances for height or side yards or front yard or landscaping or parking. So we hope that you support this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Questions? No questions. I have a question. Just given the nature of the building in relationship to the depth of the lot, it appears there may be a little bit of overlook, and there's some sight lines that may need to be mitigated to the adjacent properties. Have you had any discussion with the immediate neighbors concerning potential overlook?
Yes, we have. We've met with the neighbor 183, and they at first misunderstood the drawings. We're not asking for any additional length to the existing dwelling. So once we explained that to them, they're in support. And the other neighbors are almost equal length to as we are. So in that sense, they have not any objection either.
Fair enough, but on the new, in the proposed building, the ground floor is being raised, quite substantially to the point now where that platform, or your 2 platforms at the rear, are quite elevated. So it creates a bit of a different condition. Were there any discussion about privacy screening, whether a desire for it or not to have it?
No, the neighbors have not objected to that. We can suggest privacy screening on the sides if you wish of the main deck, but as I said, the neighbors have not objected.
But they haven't raised any concerns with the sight lines?
No.
Okay. All right, fair enough. Questions, comments for my colleagues, Mr. Netfeld?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Although they've not raised objections, it could be that they don't really understand, excuse me, the relationship of that. I have the same question, by the way, the ground floor deck as you propose. They may not realize that it's so far in the air. As I understand, you would not object to putting privacy screening along the west end of that deck. Is that correct?
I would agree to that, please.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions? All right, no questions. Let's take this into committee. Actually, before I do that, nobody here is just to speak to this item in the gallery? No? Okay. Let's take this into committee now. Yeah, Mr. Nifil, I generally fine with this application. I think we share a similar concern, just that given the height of this platform, the adjacency to the immediate neighbor, I think given that there's no opposition, this is sort of one of those instances where, we can be a little bit more lenient in terms of concerns of privacy. But I also think privacy screen might be warranted in this case on the one side.
Yeah, I agree. And the applicants agreed to do that.
Yeah.
Are you waiting for a motion?
Yeah, I guess so.
I'd like to move approval of the application. I think, with the exception of that, excuse me, that one particular deck, which is at the main floor, I don't have trouble with the rest of the proposal. I think it's quite reasonable. So I'd like to move approval of the application subject to provision of a 1.5 meter opaque screen along the west side of the deck. I hope you can hear me. I'm losing my voice. And I don't believe there are any other conditions.
Okay. We got a motion on the floor. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Marziari, thank you. All in favor? That's unanimous. That application is approved with condition. Item number 17, 18 Baintree East Street. The purpose of the application is a proposal to demolish the existing dwelling and replace it with a one-story single-family dwelling with an attached garage. Variances for building length, building depth, rear yard setback, driveway width, north side yard setback, and south side yard setback. I see material from the applicant, a memo from Urban Forestry, 11 form letters in support, and 3 letters in opposition from number 8, 11, and 16 Baintree East Street. We've got our agent in person with us. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Laith El-Bahrani from Laith El-Bahrani Architect, 11 Pheasant Valley Court, that's in Thornhill.
All right, sir.
Yes.
Ask for presentation.
Yes, I do have.
Of course. I'm going to give you 5 minutes. We'll get the clock up.
Okay.
And we may have some questions as well after.
Okay, and I need some time to respond to the objections.
You will have an additional 5 minutes after everybody's, yeah.
Thank you. So this is, basically this just run very, very quick history for behind this application. The reason for it is because the owners have, unfortunately, a very young, child with special needs. She uses a wheelchair. And so the existing house is about 4 or 5 risers above grade. The deck at the back also is raised, so it's a raised bungalow. And the existing spaces are not actually wheelchair accessible spaces. So what we're building is a bungalow that's lower than the existing bungalow. So it's 1 story lower than the existing, so the ceiling would be actually 1 foot lower than the existing ceiling. The things that we run into, so basically the way we set up this thing is we kept the existing, some of the existing footprint to sort of maintain the existing neighborhood layout. So if you see the dash line on the site plan, that's the existing house. The angle of the house is basically starts from the north lot line, is parallel to that, which picks up the existing house setup. And then at the front is basically angled the same way the existing house is angled to give us maximum frontage, because the lot is sort of funneled, if you can see at the front, to fit a garage, and all the accessibility issues for the wheelchair, it would be very hard. And also it's arced. So to get all that sort of, we picked up the front house footprint as well. So that's the start for the design, and then basically we didn't go with the allowable height because of the wheelchair. We allowed 10 meters. We stayed as a bungalow, and it's 1 foot below the ceiling of the existing bungalow. And that's we ran into some issues. That's the result, has resulted in the building depth and length, because we're basically taking up the second floor, we're putting it at the back. However, it's low, like it's all like sort of lower than the existing bungalow. And also the funnel-like shape of the lot sort of gave us some issues, ended up with some couple of pinch points at the sort of south side. And the reason behind that is, again, because of accessibility and because of funnel-looking sort of a lot. Now, we did pick up some precedents. We did send that to the committee, and we also looked. I did a sort of I did a massing and shadow study. Can we go to those, like massing shadow studies, please? It was a sort of one of the emails I sent after. I think I was told it would get pulled up when I speak. Because we sent that after the 27, I was told that it would be pulled out upon request.
It's okay, we won't take it off your time. Don't worry, we'll find the document.
Okay, all right. Can I show you? I have it here with me, but because it's very helpful. So basically, it's a study that I did on the elevations. I did a projection based on the allowable, which is a 2-story house. And I did sort of did an overlay of the existing bungalow that's lower than the new bungalow that's lower than the existing bungalow. And I did superimpose that on the site plan. So the shadow and the massing basically is favorable. It's better than what's allowable. Mm-hmm. And then also in terms of a second floor, we don't have a second floor. Yeah. And because it's very low, there's no overlook, there's no privacy issues at all. Because I know the planners did refer to that, but that's not an issue at all because it's a bungalow and it's lower than the existing bungalow. We're trying to make it low to the grade because of the wheelchair. So that's basically what it is, and I can respond to anything, even to the planners, we did the shadow study, and I can respond to all the letters of opposition when it's required. I have all the points.
All right.
If you have any questions.
Any questions at this time?
I can bring to your attention the actual print of the studies, if you like. It's already sent to the committee, but...
I think we're okay for now, just so everybody knows we have a very extensive package.
Okay.
We review all the information submitted in advance and make notes. And
all right.
Also knowing that after everybody's had an opportunity to speak, we've learned a little bit more about the project. We will still have an opportunity to ask additional questions of you next time you're up.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Let's start with those that are here in the gallery. Do we have a
I think the owner wanted to speak. She's registered as well.
Well, I'm going to be very brief. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, I'm getting to that. I think you've taken up about 4 out of the 5 minutes at least, not 4.5. I know we were looking for some drawings at some point. I just be mindful, your agent's already taken up most of the time. I'll give you a very short leash, but we may have some questions for you as well. Okay. It's per address. Yeah, allotted speaking time.
Okay.
So
is this on? Yes. Sorry, I've lost my voice. So I guess I'm not going to be able to say everything that I wanted to say, but thank you for allowing me some time to speak. Basically, my daughter, Sawyer, has a condition called Rett syndrome. It's a neurological genetic syndrome, and these are some pictures of just her to show you the equipment that she needs and why we're asking for this space. And basically, she has no function on her own. We need to do everything for her, bathing, toileting, changing, feeding, like everything you could think of. She's understands everything. She speaks with an eye gaze device, and she's like bright and understands everything, but she's locked in her body, basically. So we have asked for these variances because we have extended our driveway to allow for unloading, like the ramp to deploy, unload her. Currently, we often get stuck on the grass and then the wheels don't turn. We've asked for this space for the mudroom to be a mudroom, but also to be a storage for her equipment.
Yep.
We've asked for the space in the living room and the kitchen to allow for her to be in her walker and not get stuck, because she can't control really where she's walking.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
I know you, and I know it's such a desire.
Okay, can I just do one last little tiny point?
Wrap very, very quick.
So
Yeah.
the biggest issue is that we have this bay area that we're asking for a variance.
Mhm.
And we've pushed our table back into that bay area.
Yep.
So that there's no obstruction for her to be able to move within the living room and the dining room. And she loves to just sit there with her friends and her family, staring out the window, because she does that at my parents'.
Okay.
So that's our biggest variance, and that's our biggest thing that we're trying.
No, very good. I just thank you very much. First, I'll ask if my colleagues have any questions. Madam, it's very clear that, you know, we're dealing with the bungalow for accessibility region. We don't have to get into the specifics of that. It's pretty clear to us, you know. So I think we can maybe just leave it at, put a pin in it for now. I do want to hear from others, and then we'll have your agent back to rebut.
There's a question.
Mr. Netfill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm afraid I meant to ask a question of the designer. Can I ask that now, or should I wait till later?
Let's get it.
I just wondered if on the site plan, you could show us where the extra width is on the driveway, because I understand it's not.
Yeah, I think it's at the back.
It's not for the full driveway.
No,
Is
no.
Does it, hold on one second.
Yeah.
The driveway seems to go into towards the garage. Are you including that paved area that's at the front entrance? Is that what you're calling a driveway?
Can you zoom in? I think you have to zoom in to see it, if you can. A little more. See that little, so where it says existing tree, there's a little pinch there? There's a, see that? No, to the right. To the right of the tree, to the right of the, where it says existing tree, to the right of it. Yeah, there's that line. I think they're considering that. At the bottom it says 7.9 or something.
So I'm still not clear.
So the full width of the garage to the lot line, so from the south wall of the garage all the way to the lot line, that's the sort of a parking space. They're just sort of at the back only to unload the car and the wheelchair and all that stuff.
So it's just
the back half of the driveway.
okay. The drawing is. I was going to suggest that it would be clearer to tie it to drawing, but I don't find this drawing very clear. So, okay, let me think about more. Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, we'll get to it after, but I have some questions as well. It's clarification questions about that driveway and the tree there. Okay, all right. Moving along. Who is going to be our first speaker? If you guys...
I can go first.
Yes, please come down. Give us your name, address.
My name is Leora Stippelman. I live at 16 Baintree East Street.
Thank you.
So I'm lot number 6, and there's a big long wall that will be running along the property line, not at the property line, but 1.5 meters from it. And my concern is in part shade on my lot, whether or not it's within the allowable. It's, you know, with the extra length and depth of the proposed structure, it's going to create more shade. And, you know, I appreciate the need that the family has. I just don't have enough information, given that I just heard about this plan 2 weeks ago and I was traveling for a week of it. I haven't had a chance to explore with them, you know, how much is absolutely needed versus what they just want because it's nicer. And I did meet with them yesterday, and I didn't really hear much more than what was already available online or from what I saw. So that's I think my letter expresses what my concerns are. And I don't really have much to add other than I think I would appreciate hearing more about why every last foot of this might be needed.
Okay, yeah, very good. Questions? Okay, no questions at this time. All right. Who would like to come up next? Please. Yeah. Okay, and just so you know, you can split the time if you, okay? All right. So is anybody else here to speak to this item? Okay, staff, it looks like we can head to those that are online.
To you, Mr. Chair, be unmuted. Kristen Smith, can you speak?
Okay.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Kristen Smith, and my wife has joined us as well. I think she's in the gallery there as well. Her name is Franca Clarizio.
Yep.
We sent in just basically a letter, just
Sorry,
really
sir, just to interrupt.
some
Before you get going, I just want to confirm you are at 11 Baintree East Street? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Just for the record. All right.
Yeah, no, sorry about that. Just got
I
ahead of myself.
apologize for interrupting. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I guess we're concerned. I guess we've been in our property since 1994. I guess over the years, we've seen, I guess, weather events, that sort of thing, or weather bombs, I guess, like the one we've just had. And to my point number one, we're just concerned really with water runoff, given the fact that the house is built on such a significant portion of the property. Just trying to understand, I guess, where does all that water that it can accumulate very quickly with these recent weather events, how does it get drained either to the front or the back of the property? My concern was with, our concern, I should say, was with side drainage, whereby, drainage would go sort of in between the houses. And given the houses are built in 1956, thereabouts, we're just concerned with the possibility of flooded basements. We've had it. I know Paul has had flooded basements. Neighbors and friends of ours in our neighborhood also have had flooded basements. And also I know that the city's done extensive projects within our neighborhood in improving water mains and water issues. So it sounds like, the theme of our neighborhood is water. So that was really just the concern, given like where does the land or what land is available to absorb some of that water runoff. My next point number two, is really related to the side variance in terms of accessibility. Where does or how do construction workers or people access the backyard or to the side of the property? Because the pinch points are so tight, I can't see, or I think it's next to impossible for people to access the side or the back of the property. So what we have on our property is a chain link fence on Paul to Paul's yard, or to 18 Baintree East, and it's just a one big garden, so near impossible to access through and get to the backyard because of the extensive nature of the garden, etc. And those were really, I guess, the two significant points, I guess, is just water and just accessibility. And just our concern about flooded basements and how do we approach that.
Okay.
My wife is in attendance. Franca Clarizio, I'm not sure if she has more to add.
She says no. She's got, you do have 2 minutes, I should say, but if there's nothing to add, and I should note there's a lot of speakers, so I thank you. I'm sure between everybody, you're all going to touch on your specific points.
Yeah,
Yep.
if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, just
Of course.
one other point is, I guess just over the years, like with these weather events that we've been having, I can't recall a time other than the last 2 to 3 years where we've had flooding in our backyard. I mean, with the weather we had yesterday, we had some flooding in our backyard just with the excess rain, nowhere to go. So much so that it weakened the roots of one of our pine trees that's got to be over 80 years old, I think. I'm not an arborist, but it's been there ever since we've owned the property. And it fell on our deck and slightly onto our house. So I attribute that just to the weakening of soil and to the excess water that we're dealing with. And then, of course, wind, et cetera, and ice and snow and all those other things. But anyway, that just sort of emphasizes our concern with water, such as the city has been concerned with it, with the infrastructure remedies and spending in our neighborhood. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, okay, thank you for your submission. Any questions? All right. Have other speakers?
Hello, sorry, I'm Mrs. Michael Rothhauser. I think I'm unmuted.
We can hear you, yes. Your
Thank you, sir.
address?
So my address is 8 Baintree East Street.
All right.
Sorry, I'm also losing my voice a little bit here, so I'll do my best to be clear. Many of our concerns kind of align with Christian Smith's as well. We have had several instances of flooding on the street where just the infrastructure that was put in place in the 50s just can't handle the rain or the snowfall. Our concern is just really the scale of the building on the size of the lot. And, you know, one of my concerns in the letter that I sent was, would approving these 6, some of them very major variances on the property, set a precedent for the area? And from listening in, I've been listening in since earlier. I know you're a bit behind, so I've heard many of the cases going before, was that once a precedent is set, it seems to be a reason for allowing other variances to change. And I know the neighbors did send us a list of variances in the neighborhood where certain houses have, you know, extended the house backwards or over to the side. But I haven't really seen a case where, you know, there's 6 variances, and some of these are of several meters where the house, and I understand why, but to move the house 5 meters closer to the property line on the you know, the front and the back or the sides really does change the look of the neighborhood. And the other fact that I was looking at is for the neighbor at number, I think, I can't really remember, it's lot number 6. If you look at the way the building is positioned, that building would come out actually right in front of that neighbor's picture window, right? So her house is looking out down the court, and the garage is actually coming in front of her home. And that is a concern for me, because I don't know if she expressed it herself, but I know from a home that I lived in previously, and actually right next to us, the home is getting rebuilt. They've gone up the 2nd story, so I do understand what the people are saying of not, you know, kind of going up and shading properties. There is a value to that, but at the same time, having, you know, the home beside you stick way out in front of your window, I think would be almost worse than having a 2-story home next to you. The other question would be, like, I had said in my letter, I am a long-term resident of this neighborhood. We only brought the property here in 2005, but I was raised in this community, and my mother, my father, and my grandparents all lived within this area. And all of them at one point in time did live in a bungalow and need accessibility. And we managed to make a bungalow accessible for them without making it a 2-story home sitting on a bungalow property. So I think there are ways to really make this work for the needs of the family and the needs of the daughter without making the house just so large and having so much hardscaping and having so much, I see potential problems with the water. Anyway, I don't want to take up more time than that, but if you have any questions for me, those are kind of my concerns around the property and the development.
Okay, thank you. Questions? All right, no questions. Oh, we have another speaker, staff? We're done. Okay. Let's get our agent back.
Just, I would like to start off by saying that we are eliminating the north side setback. So it's like 10.5 inches or so. So we're moving that side of the building in by that amount to maintain the 1.8 meter side yard setback on the north.
So just to confirm, on the public notice, that's variance number 5?
Let me just look one second.
I think it was requested 1.53.
Yeah, so that
as it raised
1.53 becomes 1.8.
Yeah,
So
it's a
we-
foot, roughly a foot.
Yeah, so we're just, I think we can manage. And then also to sort of, because we met with the client next door, one of her concerns is the shading on her property at the front. I mean, we can pull the front of the garage by 1 foot in, so from the front back. So that would reduce the building length by a foot and also would give her slightly more sun.
Okay.
It's not a variance, but it's going to reduce the length overall. And then
It does reduce the length. I was
to make
gonna
her
say-
happier a little bit. I think she said, what makes me happy? So we're trying to make her happy, but
Okay, so that building length, that relates to variance number 1. Am I correct?
hang on a second, sorry.
Or is it 2? Because your depth is actually higher.
Depth, okay, the depth is relating to the front yard setback, so it's not going to get affected because the building, the face of the building is back from that. But I think the length is going to be impacted, it's reduced.
Do you have that? Do you have a number for that?
No, all I can say, because they might have different way to reduce, to calculate it, but we can pull the front by 1 foot in, forward, like
Right, so
back.
just to clarify, are you modifying any of the variances related to the length or depth? Or you're not sure?
Yeah, we are.
You are?
Yeah, so we're
Do you have a
giving that.
number?
Oh, a number.
Yeah, well, if it were approved, it would be modified. We'd have to provide. a
Yeah,
number.
we have to provide that, no, for sure.
And you know what,
So those two
please-
variances are easy to maintain. I think we can give that before I respond to the other.
Yeah, before you do, I'm going to ask and take a moment just to give us the actual number.
Oh, I gotta sort of go back and calculate. 1 second. Can you give me a second?
Yeah,
When-
please. I'm going to confirm that. But it's a pinch. It's just the corners versus the whole wall.
So the length, what's the length? It's sorry, I just want to see. It's 222. Yeah, so basically subtract from that 0.3. So 2.17 minus 0.3. So it would be 21.87.
Just give me a moment. I want to make sure I'm following.
Because a foot is 0.3 meters.
Okay, so we're talking about the. I apologize. Are we talking about the length of the depth variance here, or both?
We're talking about the length, I think.
Okay.
Number 1, yeah.
Yeah, just let me get the clarification. So variance number 1 for the length modified to 21.
0.87.
0.87. Yeah.
I mean, I think it's safer to say we're pulling the front of the building by 0.3 meter in.
Yeah, okay.
All right, and then
to your
eliminate the north side yard setback.
Okay, I just want to confirm we got the right one. To your submission, the depth variance would be from the front property line, so that wouldn't change because.
No, it wouldn't change, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, because we're not changing,
No,
okay.
yeah, that's
Very good.
would be stated.
Mr. Chair, just for the benefit of the panel members and for minute takers and decision takers, the applicant needs to reference the variance number
Yes,
and then the change.
okay. Sir, so I think I've captured everything, but let's just go through this for my colleagues.
Yes,
From the public notice, we're going to modify variance number 1
yes,
for the length to 21.87.
that's correct.
We're going to eliminate number 5.
I think it's two of them. I think it's only one of the elements of number 5. There are two, I think, in there.
Yeah, Joe, take your time. Staff will pull it up. So number 5 is that north side setback?
Yes, okay, and number 5.
So we're going to eliminate that?
That's correct.
And those are the two changes?
That's correct.
No, because it wouldn't change. Yeah, the depth is
The
taken
depth is from the front yard
setback,
setback to the back of the building.
but they're looking to reduce the front of the building, so it would affect the length, but
only.
the depth would still be the same.
That's correct.
Do you follow? Yeah, staff, can we pull up the site plan? So, sir, I don't know if you've labeled the length.
I did label it that when I submitted to the zoning, but they did calculate it slightly differently because I took it from, it's an arc.
Yeah.
And it took it from the arc point to perpendicular to that, but I guess they did it slightly differently, so they had a different number. But to do it correctly, I based the number now based on the notice itself, so I just subtracted from the notice number.
So they're looking to set back that. Do you see the bump out at the front, Mr. Schwartz, in the front yard? That massing that comes out in front of the building labeled Lot 6. So you got it. So they're looking to step that back slightly
By a foot.
by a foot, which is going to change their building length.
That's correct.
But the depth is still the same because the definition of building depth is taken from the front yard setback.
Which is slightly forward from the building.
Which is,
face.
it doesn't matter where your building starts, it's always taken from the front yard setback, which is why that number doesn't change. Is that helpful? No? No, it's okay. It's the length and depth are. Yeah, okay, maybe I can. So, when we're dealing with building length, we're looking at the length of the building from the front main wall to the back of the building. That's the length. But when we. Yeah, so that's going to affect that. But when we talk about depth, we're talking about the relationship of the required front yard setback to the back of the building. So it doesn't matter where the front of your building starts. If they shave that back 10 feet, that building depth is still going to be the same. It's the relationship. Do you understand?
We can reduce the depth if we pull the building forward, which people don't like it, but that would reduce the depth.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. To keep everybody happy, right? Yeah, I think with the neighbor to lot 6, I think she's worried about shade coming onto her front yard from the garage.
How do you tie that to site plan? This is the issue we're going to run into.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
As the neighbor in lot 6, are they now satisfied with this, or is this just a partial? Partial. Oh, that's you. Okay.
Yes.
So it's a partial concession.
I think it's a partial, yeah.
I see.
We can't,
It's a
I mean,
compromise
Yeah.
between what she wanted and what
That's
you
right.
wanted.
That's
But
correct.
it's not what she really wants, but you're trying to meet her.
That's
halfway.
correct.
Maybe not halfway. Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
'cause
Okay.
that-
I mean, also it does reduce the length of the building
It reduces the.
slightly, of the building length.
Yes.
It reduces the length.
That's
It doesn't reduce the depth.
That's correct.
And the staff were concerned about the depth, they were concerned about the length, and they were concerned about
Backyard.
the north side setback. But you're saying the north side setback.
Okay,
is
I'm
now-
going to get to this, just to read my response, yeah. Sorry. So.
Correct.
Okay, so basically, I'll start one by one, I guess. Like I said in the beginning of my presentation, the staff report concentrates on the, basically, they bring up the depth, the length, and that backyard is based on privacy issues and massing, and basically they're also concerned about, so mainly is the massing and shadow and the privacy. But like I said, in our study, we did a study for the shadow and massing, and we proved we proved basically that what we have produce less shadow, it's better, because it's a lower building, it's a bungalow, than if it were a compliant building, two-story compliant building. Also, it would result in less overlook. I mean, you can easily have like a second floor windows if you had two windows, 2 stories, but we don't have that situation. So it's not what they are referring to, basically. It's just one bungalow, so with windows lower than the fence itself. In relation to, I guess, number 16, BAINTREE, there were some issues. So basically, mainly, I think the concerns were about drainage. Yeah, access. So basically about drainage and access through the sort of a side yard of the lot. So basically, in terms of the drainage, we have retained a grading and drainage consultant. He will look at the drainage of the property. We're going to submit a grading plan at the permit stage, and the city staff would review it. And if we need a drainage water management system at the back, we will provide that, but that depends on the report of the consultant. As far as the access through the lot, I think by making the north side at 1.8, I think is sufficient, because that's a standard for setbacks anyway. We can get all the access from that side. I think that covers it. In relation to the other property, they did bring up, the other objection was they did bring up, coverage. What we have is basically, we don't have a coverage. We have to sort of be careful, and we don't have a coverage or density issues. We don't have a green to, green space issues as well. Like, it's not a variance. We don't have any of those variances, so we're okay with that. I guess that covers.
Yeah, we're right on the 5 minutes, so.
That covers everything. Thank you. Is there any questions? Yes.
Yes, Mr. Schwartz, Mr. Nitfeld.
Okay, so just, maybe I missed this. What happened with number 5? You're eliminating number 5?
Yes, the side yard setback, yes, we're eliminating.
Side yard setback.
Yeah, we're pulling the entire wall by 10.5 inches, I think that's what it is.
So really, because staff had concerns with 1, 2, hang on. They had concerns with 1, 2, and 3. 1, you're reducing slightly. 2, you're not dealing with, and 3, 5 you're dealing with, but 3, variance number 3 for the rear yard setback. What happened there? No change?
What was that? Sorry.
Well, staff report asked for refusal of variance number 1. You're modifying that slightly.
Yes.
They asked for variance number 2. You're not changing that. And they asked for refusal of variance number 3 for the rear yard setback.
Yes, okay, so basically, like I said, because if you go further down to their reasoning for these comments, you can see it's overlook and privacy and basically, I think if you look at the reasoning, it's like overlook, privacy, and shadow. Like those are the main reasons, in addition to the maintaining the sort of a.
Just forget about the reasons. Let's just talk about.
Okay, sure. Yeah. So we're basically eliminating the just side yard setback, and we're eliminating we're reducing the building length.
But, so the side yard setback, variance number 3, what did you do with?
Well, with number 3, okay, the 2 pinch points is just a pinch point. It's just not the entire wall. We're eliminating the one that's a wall. That's actually just one wall. So that's sort of but these are like, if you look at it, they're like big.
I just want to know what you're doing. I don't want.
Okay, sorry.
I just want.
Yes,
to know
that's correct.
the
Number 5 is eliminated and
number
reducing.
5 is eliminated. Number one, you changed the number from 22.17 to 21.87. Number two, you're leaving as it is. And number three, proposed rear yard setback 7.35. You're leaving that.
That's gonna stay.
That's staying.
Yes,
So
okay.
Of the three that the staff had a problem with, you're changing one, and you're leaving two, and you're leaving three.
Reducing, yeah, changing one, that's correct, yes, okay.
You're not touching two.
Yes, that's
You're not
correct.
touching three.
That's
You are touching one.
Yes.
Could you touch two? Could you touch three? What would be the implications? Because, you know, sometimes we come into our committee and we decide we're going to change them. Could you change them? What would happen if you changed them?
Okay, like I said, I mean, we could, I mean, the depth we can change by pulling the building forward, which nobody likes.
Oh,
But the neighbors don't like that.
Or you could make it, you could just
Because
shave
okay.
a foot off the back of the house.
Sorry?
You could shave a foot off the back of the house, right?
But equally, we can also pull the building forward, and then we reduce the building depth as well, right? Because the building, the face of the building is a foot back from the
But
setback.
Then you run into another.
Yeah, so the people don't like it, but it's by right, like, that's the better way to do it.
But
But
you,
it's-
you, you
we
can't
don't
just
want-
do that, because then you're going to have another problem.
Mr. Schwartz,
Yes.
if I may interject, it seems like they're not in agreement with community planning.
the problem-
They're willing
the
to
pro-
make some modifications, but they're you know, they've come partway, but there's still some
Nobody understands what I'm
disagreement.
asking, right?
Yeah.
What I'm asking is there.
Yeah,
a
yeah,
way-
so we tried, I tell you the
is there a
truth.
way- Here, let me make my
Yeah, yeah.
question clear.
Yes,
Is there a way, so you're trying to meet one of the neighbors halfway or partway. Is there a way you can meet planning staff halfway or partway? Is there any way to accommodate on these two recommended refusals for number?
I tried, but it came up to accessibility thing. We tried this morning and yesterday, and we're just looking at the sort of accessibility around the dining room, around there before the wheelchair, and we felt it was a little bit difficult to do it.
Yeah. So they want to proceed.
We tried to do it, but we
Okay.
couldn't.
Okay.
Let's,
Oh, yeah, but sometimes we have an experience of modifying things sometimes.
Yeah.
Instead of refusing them, and I'm trying to give him a chance in case it comes to a refusal. I'm trying to give him a chance to maybe
Okay.
deal with us.
Can I
I
get
don't
her,
know.
because she's,
Let the planners, let the architects talk to him. I don't know.
okay. Other questions, Mr. Nipfel?
Can I just respond to that? As part of this, I'll make it 3 seconds, basically. If we needed to come in a foot, we'll come in a foot in the back. We're trying to do this for accessibility, and he's trying to fight for us because we've said to him we need the accessibility. But if we need to come in a foot, we'll come in a foot. It's really just that bay window that would need to come in.
What's the big window in the back?
So that's what's making our depth so much more.
the dining room bay
It's just
window.
the dining room bay window, where the dining room table's gonna go.
Yeah. Understood. Okay, I
But we're
gotta
willing
move
to.
this along.
Yep, we're willing to.
So, Mr. Nipfel might have a question.
Thank you. One of the other issues that was raised was water runoff and possible flooding. Have you considered this driveway that you're proposing to be larger for getting the child out of the car? Would you consider making that in permeable pavers, which would allow percolation of water through the driveway?
sure, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can do that.
That answer your question?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Further questions? Okay,
Just
thank
a
you
quick
both.
question.
Oh, Mr.
Is there
Marquez.
any lot coverage requirement for this lot, or it's based on FSI? What is the density requirement for this?
To my recollection, it was like lot coverage, but we were okay.
I know, but is there any requirement, or you're meeting the requirement?
I'm meeting, it's not a variance, no, we're meeting the requirement.
There is a requirement for lot coverage. They're meeting.
There is.
Yeah, there is, but it's, we're okay.
Any other questions? No? Okay, thank you both. Thank you, everybody who made submissions. This is a tough one. We're going to take this into committee for a very brief discussion, followed by a motion. Who wants to get us started? Okay, I'm going to get us started. I'd just like to point out there's just one thing that hasn't been brought up here. This particular lot, and there's one other lot on the court are afforded is a unique situation in the fact that they are in the corner. You do get, it's a very unique lot, right? Because you're dealing with a pie. So, you know, typically with these numbers of on a building depth or a building length, right, the impact would be pretty substantial to the immediate neighbor. But it is mitigated in this instance because you're dealing with a pie lot. So as the building goes further back, the side yard setback in relationship to your immediate neighbors gets increased. So the impact is decreased as a result of that. I'd also note that there's it's a bit unique in the fact that you have these two lots. There's two lots on the court that are afforded that extra rear yard in the corner condition. Which is different from, one house over. If you extend back on a length or depth, the impact is going to be far greater than you might on these corner conditions. So I will just kind of point that out as a general observation sort of in approaching this application. Generally, when I look at the figure ground plan on the application in relationship to what is around, it's a pretty big, it's a pretty big shaded an area, right? But then you also have to balance that with the fact that we're dealing with a one-story building that is, mitigated substantially in terms of, height. So that, again, the impact, even though you have a bigger footprint with the massing, even though you have greater length and depth, is mitigated by the fact that you're dealing with a single story. That said, it is a tough one because it does kind of push, right, on some of those variances. But you're also dealing with a bit of a unique situation.
So, can I talk?
Yeah, please. No, I wanted to get those 2 points out.
Yeah,
And
so I understand these staff concerns here. I am not that concerned about 2 and 3 because of the points that you raised. Like I'm in a, when you're in a dead end like this, and I have personal experience with this, the front yard is really more of an issue, especially on a pie-shaped type lot with this where it goes back. And I think the, so I wouldn't have necessarily designed it this way, but I'm sort of almost wanting to help the family out because they have a greater social need and staff are looking at numbers. And I think the main concern here is the front, where you've got this neighbor in lot 6 and they're moving it back a bit, but maybe not enough.
They are within the front yard setback, though.
They are within.
They are, yeah, and they offered to come back an additional foot beyond.
I see. Okay.
It does bump out in front slightly, but to the point that, is it really blocking windows and creating that sort of?
Okay.
Yeah, you're going to have
it,
that on the pinch of the arc.
Yeah, but I understand that neighbors. Oh, I see. You're right. They were within the front yard setback. It's just the way that things work on the street. But
and it's the same case for the side yard, right? Like it's a far reduced side yard setback, that 0.89 meters on the one side, right?
Yeah.
But it is just for those corners, right? And then you get a substantially greater setback for the rest of the building. It's the same with the rear, right? I'm looking at the 7.35. That is the shortest point between the edge or the point of a rear main wall bump out and the rear lot line. As soon as you move away from that in either direction, the rear yard setback again, it increases, right? And I'm curious, just as a comparison to that 7.35, if you took it from the other pinch, you'd probably be looking at a rear yard setback over 10 meters. It's a really unique.
Yeah.
They're getting pinched on these kind of.
Yeah, but I just like, it's true. We could, if they're within the setback, but then they would still have to. So you're saying they could bring it up, but then they still, I don't know. I really, like, maybe I have to look at the internal plan here a little bit. I don't like the idea of that bump out so much as it is.
Yeah,
If you're
but
saying
just be mindful, that's within their building, that's within their as of right.
Yeah.
Like they are within that front yard setback.
Okay.
Uh,
If that's the case, then I want to pose it.
So-
Because, you know,
I mean-
there's some uniqueness to this. It's not really setting a super precedent. The problem is, when you get into these dead ends, you know, everybody, you live on top of each other on the dead end. You know, it's quiet, you go into your front lawn, yard, you see everybody every day.
Yeah.
You know, I don't really like that bump out so much, but if you're saying they could do it anyway, then I'm not gonna be all fussed about what's going on in the back.
I mean, I think it also fits with the nature on the block. I mean, nobody's got a perfectly straight front main wall. They all kind of have a bit of a jog in some places, a bump out here, a bump out there. I think in terms of fit, you know, it's also hard to criticize when they're kind of, you know, within the front yard setback there.
Yeah, okay.
So,
Okay, so I'm not gonna oppose this, unless you guys give me some reason to.
you know, that said, I do understand where the neighbors are coming from. You know, it's a lot of, in terms of the actual footprint on the lot, and certainly in comparison to, you know, both adjacent neighbors, you look at the footprint of the ground floor, it is substantially greater. But, you know, they are also afforded the benefit of that extra depth on the lot. You see how far back that corner of their lot extends back between the proposed rear main wall and the rear lot line is actually, in a sense, similar to the backyard space on the adjacent properties, right? Like one could
Yeah.
argue that the backyard on this proposed build is similar in size to the adjacent properties,
What
just
about
by
the-
the fact that they're afforded that extra depth to begin with.
Now, what about the permeable pavers? Carl, Mr. Nipfel was talking about some permeable paver idea. What was that all about?
Mr. Nipfel, do you want to?
Yeah, let me say, first of all, I'm not, this is not a motion, just a comment, because I don't have the planning report. It's not in my package. But thanks to my colleague, I've read it off of his screen. This is an irregular lot. It's a unique client with unique needs, and the architect is attempting to meet those unique needs on a unique lot against agency numbers. I would argue that this is a reasonable proposal on all fronts. I think that the angles of the building, the angles of the lot, and the unique situation of the particular applicant are being addressed here in a reasonable way. I don't see substantial hardship for anyone other than the people that spoke about drainage, and that issue does resonate with me, and it is something that I think can be corrected. The driveway at the front is not, the drawing is not clear, but as the applicant indicated earlier, where that tree is in the front of the building, if you go to the right, the driveway does a kind of a hammerhead there. And that's the area that, as I understand it, that's needed for the owner's child to disembark from vehicles and be able to maneuver should there be an emergency and so forth. I think that's reasonable as well. I think that if it were produced in permeable pavers,
Yep.
it would go a long way to addressing the concerns about water leakage and drainage and so forth, because water would permeate through the soil. That is the only issue that I have with this application, and the applicants agreed to permeable pavers.
Okay, so they agreed to that? They
Yeah.
said it was good? Okay.
Concerning the setback there, I mean, concerning the drainage, there's, you know, I'm happy to see that they're meeting the requirement on the one side where the wall's continuous, the full 1.8 meters. And on the other side, well, it is just, you know, you do have a shorter setback. To my earlier submission, it is just a pinch. And overall, you take the cumulative side yard setback, it's pretty generous.
Yeah, I think so.
You know? We have a motion? Mr. Marjorie, I apologize, did you have any comment?
I agree with all of you. I think I might have a bit of concern if the applicant was seeking lot coverage, but I just checked and it's a 30% requirement. They're meeting the requirement. So overall, to me, those variances are a result of some pinch points, and I'm not quite agreed with the staff in this case, so I support this application.
Yeah. Actually, my only concern is that how do we tie this to site plan with the amendments that were made?
We cannot?
You could tie the variance for the driveway to the site plan, and I think we should, to indicate that this is the alignment that we're talking about because the driveway width isn't for the full length, it's for the hammerhead.
Yeah. I'd also like to tie those side yard setbacks to the site plan, which I don't think is an issue. The building in length, though, is a different beast, and I do have a bit of concern because we were dealing with a specific bump out at the rear, and yeah. Yes, sorry, variance 5, but for the other side yard setback, because you're just dealing with a pinch on the side, and I think that's okay to tie to site plan.
Yeah, as per the site plan.
Yeah,
It's only those 2 points.
Okay. All right, as per the length and depth variance, if that were approved, I don't know, like, we wouldn't be able to tie that to site plan. It is a bit of concern, but Mr. Martier, I mean, they're limited on lot coverage too. I mean, if you know.
You can't tie length to the site plan because he changed it.
Yeah. So, you have a.
Are we waiting for a motion?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're waiting
I'm
for-
willing- What are we waiting for? We can't tie.
We're
it to
waiting
the
for a
site plan?
motion. I just,
I'm willing to bring the motion to approve, subject to the permeable pavers. And what other things do we need? Is there-
Side yard setbacks.
Side yard
as per the
setbacks
site plan.
as per the site plan?
yeah, let's just be clear.
We really need a clear motion. I can't
Yeah.
hear.
Okay.
Okay, so my
was
motion is
amended as well,
to
so just keep in
approve
mind.
the application as amended, subject to permeable pavers for the driveway and site plan compliance for
Driveway.
the driveway, the site plan, because.
Yeah, because it shows,
The site plan,
shows
okay.
where the driveway's
The
wide.
driveway, the site plan for the driveway or site plan for the entire
The variance number 1 about
Variance
driveway
number 1.
width is as per the site plan.
driveway
And
width as
the
per
side
the site plan? And the
elevations are
side
also-
elevations also as
Sorry.
per the site plan. Any other,
Yeah, we have a modification on the,
the modification to variance number 1, right?
21.
yeah, 21.87
21.87,
and eliminate number 5.
an elimination of variance number 5. So with all those, you still don't understand it, staff, is that right?
No, not really, because I can't hear you. That's
Really,
the
but
first
I got
issue.
this in front of my mouth.
So you really need to you need to turn your head
Okay.
to the microphone, because the microphone is
Let's,
fixed to a
well,
certain
I'm
point.
I'm looking at you, so I guess,
I can't tell you what to do.
okay. So, well,
But I can tell you that I don't fully understand your
You don't
motion.
understand it. Okay, so let's start again. My motion is for approval of the application, subject to the following. Permeable pavers for the driveway. Elimination of variance number 5. Modification of variance number 1 from 22.17 to 21.87. And in accordance with the site plan in respect of the following. In respect of the driveway for the site plan, and in respect of the side yard setbacks for the site plan.
Let me, if I may interject.
Okay.
Yeah, so
So it's
for Mr. Schwartz, I think where he's trying to get variance number 4 for the driveway width, we're going to tie it to the site plan.
Yeah.
And
Number 6.
variance number 6 regarding the south side yard setback, we're also going to tie that to the site plan. And just to confirm, everybody, variance number 5 has been eliminated with respect to the other side yard
Right.
setback.
Are we missing anything?
Staff?
No.
We're good.
Well, I mean, do you understand it? Is
Yeah,
it
just
explicable?
Make sure you got everything.
And do we need to tie any of the other variances to this site plan?
I don't think so.
No, okay, so that's it. The motion is clear?
Okay, second by Mr. Nipfel. All in favor? Yep. Did you get your forestry in there?
If I didn't mention forestry, was there forestry?
Yes, there was.
Yeah.
Number 3.
Number
3.
3, yes, and subject to the forestry report.
Thank you,
Compliance.
staff. All right. Mr. Nipfel, are you going to second that amended motion?
Yep.
Okay. All in favor? Okay, that is approved in part as amended. You get all that?
Now, I have limited time, and we have one that should be heard before I go, right? Because we should move it up.
Yes. Your item? Okay. All right, guys. We have completed item number 17. Before we get to item number 18, 164 Homewood, I know there's a lot of people waiting. We're just going to very quickly deal with some administrative stuff because we're going to lose one of our members.
We need to have quorum for the vote.
Yeah, we
you're
need to
gonna
have quorum.
for 20.
Okay.
Right? So we should do 28, which I don't know how long that's going to take, but I think we should move up the ones that we need quorum for. How many do we need quorum for? I
Yeah.
don't know if I have time for both.
And those are both your conflicts?
Well, 20 is there's no opposition, so let's do that, and then let's do 28,
Matter.
where there's one.
Are you going to be here?
Actually, we got
You're going to be here?
agent on behalf of the neighbor.
That's the big
No,
one.
I'm done, because I won't have time, that's going to take over an hour anyway.
Okay, but Mehdi doesn't, he can vote on that one because he doesn't have a conflict. Okay.
Audience to speak to? We got speakers on both.
Okay.
We've got speakers on both items. Sorry, we've got speakers on both items. So, just
Gordon, would it make sense to explain to the audience the reason is we're going to have a quorum problem? And because of conflict. Well, because of conflict. He's able. Well, okay, maybe just go through this.
I'll ask the chair.
Larry's leaving and he has conflicts.
I'll just take a quick minute just to explain to people that are listening online and that are here. Normally, we've got a set order to the agenda. I am going to have to just shift very slightly just because we have a quorum issue. We've lost Ms. Sankar, and we do have a conflict with one of our members. So we have to make sure that there's enough adjudicators here for those items. Based on my review, the material, they really shouldn't take long. And then we're going to pick right up with item 18, which I understand a lot of you are here for, 164 Homewood Avenue. Okay, so just wanted to explain why I do have to shift the agenda order at this time. Okay, so Mr. Martiori, you're going to step out. We're going to move to item number 20, which is 235 Dawlish Avenue. The purpose of this application is to construct a new dwelling. We have variances for east side yard setback, for a rear deck, deck projection, side main wall height, building length, and east and west side yard setbacks. On file material from the applicant, a memo from Urban Forestry, as well as a letter of concern from 233 Dawlish Avenue. We have our agent with us.
To you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Ida Evangelista.
Evangelista?
Welcome back, Ms. Evangelista. Your address, please, for the record.
53 Bentworth Avenue, Toronto.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask for a brief presentation on this item from you. We can get the clock up.
Okay, I did submit a, there is a submission. If staff can put it on the screen.
Yes, we do have your presentation material. Thank you for that.
Perfect. Okay. I know time is tight, so I'll try to go through this very quickly. We have a few variances. I've outlined them on the submission that you have in front of you. On the east wall, we are asking for a proposed length of 19 meters. However, on the west side, we do have, that's just for the garage portion. On the west side, the length is 17.48. Our side yard setbacks are consistent and very characteristic with homes in the neighborhood. And I do know, I did see the letter from 233, and I would like to add that between 233 and 235, there will be a setback of a total of 3.91 meters. Our overall site, we have an overall height of 8.71 meters, and that is because we are proposing a flat roof home. And again, this is consistent with other homes in the neighborhood. As a matter of fact, 233 has a height of 9 meters, 200 has 8.28 meters, and 236 is at 9.21 meters. So again, this is characteristic to the neighborhood. The neighborhood is undergoing regeneration, reinvestment. There are changes, that are happening in the neighborhood. So the variances that you have in front of you, and I've also shared photos. If we'll go to the rear yard photos, I believe page 2. Right, so if you look at the top right photo, so that's the Scott and Kim Davis, they sent in a letter of 233. So that house that you see at the top left, because they're on the corner lot, they are in a regular shaped lot. So the house that you're looking at right now, that is their home. We will not surpass their home, very slightly. And the windows, like I said, there will be a setback of a total of 3.91 meters between the two homes. So I believe that still allows for air and light and safety and maintenance repairs. So I respectfully submit that the variances are minor in nature and maintains the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw and the OP.
Okay, thank you. Questions? All right. Staff, do we have any other speakers to this item? There's somebody here to speak to it. Thank you. Please come down, turn on the mic. It's okay, take your time. And give us your name and address.
If it's okay. Name is Kim Davis. Address is 233 Dawlish Avenue.
Yeah, just make sure you're speaking into the mic. I know I can hear you, but I want to make sure everyone at home can.
Okay. 233 Dawlish, Kim Davis.
All right. So you are the immediate neighbor?
I am the immediate neighbor.
One of the immediate neighbors?
One of the immediate neighbors, correct.
Okay, very good.
Okay. So part of my letter was just for clarification. Some of the numbers that I just heard right now from their agent, I need a little bit more clarification on. She's suggesting it's 3 point something between the homes, but from the property line, they're asking for 1.2. And yes, my flat roof is 9 meters, and that's because I had to go to OMB and get that approved. I'm on a slanted road. The road is a hill with a downgrade, and taking that from the middle of the road lot line put me at that particular pitch. And so it wasn't to make me higher than anyone else. I'm actually lower than the current home at 235 and lower than the home at 5 Fidelia and lower than other homes in the area. It was just to ask because we were on a slanted road. So that's where my height variation came from. And when they say the windows, they're not going to come past my home. Because I'm on an irregular shaped corner lot, that's actually considered my rear yard. And those windows, if they come up to even where the edge of my home is, it blocks and directly looks into bedrooms and washrooms. And their windows on their drawing appear to be floor to ceiling windows that appear to be lined up directly across from current existing bedroom and washroom windows. So there are sight lines and privacy issue concerns. Coming that far back again, my home doesn't start until their home actually ends because of the irregular shaped lot. So I'm not the same length as their home at all. I start where they end, and that's why mine projects a bit further back, and also because of the lot line and the shape and the size and all the provisions of that. So my concern is for the privacy, the proximity to the lot line, not the distance between the homes. I'm currently 8 feet from the property line. So I'm asking that they not be that close to the property line with the amount of massing and windows that they have for fire safety as well as coverage. Are they below the 8% and projecting past the edge of my home so that I can have privacy in the bedrooms and the bathroom that already exist?
Okay, thank you. Questions? Okay.
Oh, actually, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's okay.
And also on their drawings, they show a lower basement level, an upper basement level, a main floor level, a lower second floor level, and an upper second floor level. So with a modern flat roof, which I can speak to, as you saw my home, it's limited to a 2-story home. That appears to have landings, mezzanines, and multiple second layers to accommodate for what would, in essence, read as a 3-story home on the interior, because it has 2 basement levels, 2 main levels, and 2 second-story floor levels, a lower second story and an upper second story. So my concern for the lifting of the height variance is to accommodate more than 2 stories in the home.
Okay.
Can
All right.
I just clarify that you're at 233? Did I get, okay, thank you.
Yes. All right. Any other speakers for this item? Okay, let's go back to Ms. Evangelista.
I didn't realize I was muted.
No problem.
I was saying on the west side, just to clarify, there is a very narrow window on the second floor, and that's the bathroom. And on the main floor, that's a hallway to access the powder room on the main floor. They do have a window on the second floor for a bedroom, and as we know, a bedroom is required. The setbacks in this neighborhood, this is very consistent with this neighborhood. I have 109 at 122, 115 at 122, I have 117 at 134, 147, 162, 168, all at 121 to 122, 283. So I can go on. 236 is at 122. 248 is at 122. So just to tell you what the character of this neighborhood is, and these are all homes that have been reconstructed and are all new homes. So the setback that we are asking for is consistent. We do not have a coverage for this home. And what I was saying, earlier, as I mentioned, I mentioned the setbacks between the 2 homes. Because I do know that, and I can understand and appreciate Ms. Davis's concern, with fire and blowout and so on. However, there is enough spatial separation, and we have to know and understand that when this goes to the building permit stage, it has to comply with the Ontario Building Code. So we are well enough away from the side lot line to comply to the Ontario Building Code, and we won't have there will not be any repercussions on, or I should say that it does comply with OBC. So the home, and I can understand and appreciate, the lands here are very undulating. However, we will not be as high as they are. Our overall height will be slightly lower because our house is actually a little bit lower. The house at 237 is slightly higher than we are. The lands I'm referring to. I would also like to note one thing that I didn't mention earlier is the rear deck, because I know, some of the variances may trigger that, it's going to be a very much of an overlook. However, the rear deck, the way the zoning examiner has measured it is they've measured it from the ground below. However, we have to also keep in mind that we don't have a site grading plan at this time. And as I mentioned, the gradings will have to change and there will have to be a site grading plan. The deck at the back will only be approximately 1 meter from where the architect has established where the lands will be, the ground will be. I believe there will be more of an overlook from 233 onto 235 than vice versa. However, if the windows, as you saw from my photo that I showed earlier, you can see that the rear house, and even if you go to the site plan, you'll see that the rear wall of the house does not go beyond 233. We are proposing a pool in the backyard, and I respectfully submit that 233 will have a clear view of any activities that are occurring in the backyard of 235. I hope that answered all the questions and concerns.
Okay, thank you. Questions? All right, thank you, Ms. Evangelista. I'm prepared to take this into committee. All right, who wants to get us started on this one?
I'd like to bring a motion to approve it, subject to urban forestry conditions.
Well, before you get to the motion, I have a few comments if I may make.
I'm going to be leaving here soon, so.
I know, but Mr. Short, I'm not going to make that the basis of our decision. So if I don't know how the two of you feel. There's two parts to this that I kind of flag just in response to some neighbor concern. One is one of the side yard setbacks. There's a bit of a unique adjacency to the neighboring property of the individual that came and spoke. That property is unique because it's a corner lot, and the house is set back substantially. So I don't think it's a fair apples to apples comparison to say, well, of course, that property is going to have more overlook from their home into the adjacent property because the house is set back so much further just by nature of the way that the lot is. And I, just in looking in the immediate context, there's a good amount of setback between these homes. Is at least 10 feet I'm looking at between these buildings. And that side is also, that side main wall is also exposed to the adjacent street because the neighboring building comes so much further back. So I don't know whether or not I'm in support of that, the west side setback. I think it's a difference of a foot. I think it'll help in terms of the massing. In terms of the east, the other variance I'm looking at has to do with the setback on the other side, but really just pertaining to the deck. The deck's actually shown to be in line with the house. I generally don't have an issue with the the length and the depth of the property. But then when you compound that with the deck structure, I don't know why that deck couldn't be just afforded, just a little bit more setback off the neighbor as to just to break up and reduce that massing there at the rear. And that's just sort of to address the impact to the other side. Not major things. I think generally, in support of the application, I think a lot of work has been done on it. But I did want to get my colleagues' opinions on those two items. I don't know. Mr. Nifil?
I think the setback of the deck is a reasonable thing and can be easily changed. I'm not sure about the west side setback. It is a unique situation because the lady on the property in the corner, she's set back so much further back that it would perhaps make more sense to not approve variance number 6. The other thing that I noticed on the plan, and it's a compliment to Ms. Evangelista, is she's incorporated within the structure of the deck screening on the east side.
I noticed that, yeah.
Got a kitchen.
Yeah.
And I would like to acknowledge that and say that the deck is to be developed in accordance with either the main floor plan or the elevation. They both show it. Perhaps the elevation shows it a little clearer. It's a nice asset. It's one I'd like to make sure makes it through to final construction.
Are you okay with it being in line? Will you grant that setback on that side, or can it be pushed in an extra foot or two?
Disagree. I said that at the first.
Yeah, I just think just given the adjacency to the rear yard, it's so much further beyond the rear main wall of the adjacent property.
Variance 1, right?
Okay, that's variance number 1, yeah.
I agree with you on that.
Okay, and number 6, you are okay with or not okay with? It's a difference of about a foot.
Well, and again, I can see 6 and 1 not being approved.
Okay.
I think you've raised valid concerns with both of those. So I'd be inclined to not approve variance 1, not approve variance 6, and to have the rear deck, screening of the rear deck to be as per the elevation drawing or the ground floor plan drawing.
Okay.
Can't say constructed as because we changed the setback.
All right, I also note we've got urban forestry.
So, Mr. Chair, just to remind you, there is a motion on the floor. Mr. Schwartz made a motion.
I apologize, Mr. Schwartz, we got a motion.
So you have to call a
I did
vote.
make a motion to approve.
You
but
complete.
Just, what's the consensus here? Let's just get this done.
Yeah, I'm just trying to, in the interest of.
Okay, so are you-
I'll
is
modify
he
my
stepping-
motion to approve. Friendly amendment. Just tell me what to say.
Variances 1 and
Variances
6
1 and 6
are not approved.
are not approved. Okay.
And
I'm
the
gonna-
rear deck is to be developed in accordance with
And rear deck developed in accordance with
the ground floor plan.
ground floor plan
A103.
A103.
Yeah.
Anything else?
We
Forestry,
got urban
subject to
forestry.
urban
no,
forestry.
urban forestry 1 and 2, pardon me.
Yeah,
yes.
I would be amenable to support that.
Okay, so let's do it.
Okay, so
Those
you
in
got a
favor?
motion on the floor. Mr. Nifil, are you comfortable second? Okay, we have a seconder, all in favor.
Okay.
Okay, that's unanimous. The application is approved in part and with condition. Yes, we have one speaker. Thank you. Okay. Okay, and item number 28, 25 Edinburgh Drive. Purpose of the application is to construct a new dwelling. We have variances for deck projection, building height, side main wall height, lot coverage, rear platform area, and front yard landscaping. On file material from the applicant, memo from urban forestry, five form letters in support, a late report from community planning, which I'll ask staff to pull up on the screen. And that's all I have in my package. We have our agent back, Ms. Evangelista.
I'd Evangelista on behalf of the owners for 25 Edinburgh. I'm at 53 Bentworth Avenue.
Welcome back. Okay. Just give us one moment here.
I want to make sure that you have the modified variances.
That was
Okay, 'cause I'm
actually
not seeing it
my,
on screen, so-
yes, please.
Yeah, please
So my
put
next
up
question.
the modified variances.
Yep. Let's, Ms. Evangelista, can you just take us through the public notice and let us know what changes are being made?
Yes.
Thank you.
Variance number 2, you also have the staff report. It was brought in late,
Yes.
only because senior staff was away. However, I've worked very closely with planning. We came up with a modified application. Planning is in support of the modified application. And the changes are as follows. Variance number 2, we've reduced the height to 10.4 meters.
Okay.
Variance number 3, the height of the side exterior main wall now is 7.98. Variance number 4, we have reduced the lot coverage to 33.5, which is in keeping with the area. Variance number 5, variance number 6 have both been removed as we now comply.
Both 5 and 6? Yes?
That
Okay.
is correct.
All right.
Yes, yes. We now comply with the platform, and we have more than 50% landscaping, so we comply with both.
All right, very good. And you're aware Urban Forestry is asking condition 1 and, number 2 and 3, no concerns with those standard conditions?
No, yes.
All right. Okay.
And you do have 5 letters of support.
Yes.
And the letters of support, incidentally, came in on the old plan, and they were so the neighborhood, the area neighbors are not opposed to what we are presenting today.
Wonderful. I also just confirm we don't have any speakers here for that item. Number 28. This time. Okay. I've reviewed the file, Ms. Evangelista. As amended, I don't have any concerns. I've asked my colleague whether they have any questions or would like a full presentation. Mr. Nipville?
I have just one. The rear deck is subject to variance number 1. It's elevated considerably into the air, which still leaves a portion of it exposed to the view of the next door neighbor on the, let me see, I think it's on the east. Would you agree to putting some form of screening on the east side of that deck? It would not be a standard fence because you don't need the supports per se. You've already got a column and a wall, but would you span that area with some kind of screening?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Can we just confirm the direction? That is the west, you see?
I think it's...
It's kind of hard to tell from the compass arrow which direction we're facing.
I need to go to the site plan just a minute.
Perhaps we can confirm with the applicant, Ms. Evangelista.
And you're talking...
It's on the west, I think. If you look at A0.3, it's the west side, I think, that's exposed.
Yeah, the west side.
Yeah.
Which is the
east
walkout
side
from
is
the
further
kitchen.
away, so and there's trees in between it, but it's the west
Yes.
side that seems to be exposed.
Yes.
That's the one that's closer, the closest to the side yard, right? Okay. All right.
We do have trees on that side, but we are open to add in a privacy screen. No problem at all.
You have the tree here.
Yeah, but it's just on the west side, over here. Over here. There's a tree which has just got a canopy above that.
Okay.
Yeah, I still think.
No, good observation. It is, yeah. Any other questions?
No.
Okay. Ms. Evangelista, if it's all right with you, I can take this into committee for decision?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you very much. All right, colleagues, I think this one's pretty straightforward. I will say I'm really happy to see that the applicant worked with planning to make some of the modifications. I don't have any concern. I think Mr. Nipville captured is a small, privacy concern via privacy screen. But as amended, I think this application is very supportable.
Okay, so I'll make can I make the motion?
Yes.
Okay, so a motion to approve subject to modifying variance number 2 concerning the building height from 11 meters to 10.4 meters. Modify variance number 3 concerning external main wall heights from 8.41 meters to 7.98 meters. Modify variance number 4 concerning lot coverage from 34.5 to 33.5. Eliminate variances number 5 and 6 concerning front yard landscaping, subject to a west side privacy screen. We need more information.
Forestry.
Forestry number
Oh.
2 and 3.
Forestry, I haven't forgotten about forestry.
And the screen
And
1.5 meter high.
1.5 meters high.
Opaque
Okay.
screen on the west side.
West side privacy screen, 1.5 meters high.
And forestry 2
And forestry conditions.
2 and 3.
2 and 3.
Staff, we got all that? All right, we have a motion on the floor. Do I have a seconder? Second by Mr. Nitfeld. All in favor? That's unanimous. That application, as amended, is approved. Thank you, Mr. Schwartz.
Okay,
All right.
so I'm gonna go,
All right.
because you got quorum now.
We got quorum. We got
Can't
Mr.
be around-
Margiari
I
back.
can't be around for all the people anyway.
Yep.
And you don't need me for the others, which are.
No. Thank you for your
Okay,
service
thank you.
today. All right. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. We are back on schedule. Now moving over to 18. All right. Yes. We are in order at this point. I'm hoping within the hour. We're in order, yes. It's very unusual that I changed the order. We had an issue with some conflict and ensuring that we have quorum. So we had to, just in order to finish the hearing today. Okay? All right, guys. So we are on item number 18, 164 Homewood Avenue. The purpose of this application is to construct a fourplex with a garden suite, 2 variances before us, lot coverage and building height, on file material from the applicant, a memo from Urban Forestry, and about 15 letters of objection. All right, we have our agent with us.
Good evening, committee. Jonathan Benskowski, 301 Keewatin Avenue.
Good evening, Mr. Benkowski. Sir, I'm going to ask for a presentation on your application. If you just get our 5 minutes up.
Yes, if we could bring up the support material I filed, please. But I want to really start off by focusing on really the 2 variances that are before you. The variances before you are not for the fourplex, are not for the garden suite, as a use. That use, as we know, is permitted under the SAS policies that I put on the street, that are on the screen here. Just to quickly review these are the policies, again, that replace 4.1.5, the neighborhood policies, A through I, that again address compatibility and fit. I don't want to read the opening statement because I do not believe I will have enough time. I have highlighted some of the, if we could just go back up to the first portion of the highlighted material. Yes, so I've just highlighted some of, again, the performance standards that the SAS policy sets out for, again, for these multi-unit and multifamily built structures in neighborhoods. One, again, would be the prevailing setbacks of the buildings from the street. I don't have time to go back and forth, but we will review the plans after. Again, the prevailing setback is maintained. Maximizing the contiguous soft landscaping within the front and rear yard setbacks that is supportive of maintaining and expanding the urban tree canopy. The only trees that are proposed to be removed are within the footprint of the dwelling itself, meaning where the entrance is coming into the property, there is no tree to be removed. Again, it is essentially in the footprint of the property that, again, is linked to a very modest, in my opinion, increase of 30% to 34.8% which I will address as a part of a discussion with the new OREG that pertains to all properties in the province. If we can continue going down, please. Again, just as we continue, the kind of highlighted portions, I would say, again, we have family type units. They're all larger than 1 bedroom. They all have the entrance that faces the street itself. This is somewhat of an interesting design in how it fits, which we'll go into after. Yeah, just if we could keep going down into that photo book, please. So right there in the center, we see the existing house. It is a bungalow. As we continue on to the next page, I've taken the houses along this portion of Homewood of the subject block on the north side, as well as the block on the south side. The north block is contiguous, and the south block is somewhat fractured. So what I've done is I put my proposal that is before you today, which is in white, again, indicating a built form that is very similar to the dwellings within the neighborhood itself. Again, the two variances that are before you relate entirely to an increase in coverage and an increase in the overall height of the building. Now, if we could go to the proposed plans, please, I'd like to highlight a couple of things on there and how that impact relates to the neighbors. If we could go to just the proposed plans, just where it says plans. Yes, we can start off with the site plan. So what we have on the screen here is a proposed site plan. There's a very generous front yard setback at 7.7 meters and a generous rear yard setback of 14 meters. Now, as we see here on the eastern portion of the building, the front yard setback as it faces Homewood is at 2.34 meters. It does come out at 1.83 meters, but the east and west side yard setbacks are both in compliance with the zoning bylaw. There is no request for that. If you can continue on to the next one, please. So when I spoke of this as being somewhat of a unique proposal, the basement is actually proposed to be used for parking in its entirety. Through you, Mr. Chair, I have, Mr. Knipple, taken some advice you provided on a previous application. We have showed storage bins in the basement of this one to indicate where the garbage will be going. So the garbage will be located in the basement and we will be brought up. The other unique aspect of this proposal is it involves an elevator. So the elevator is in the central core of the building, which is somewhat unique as this is the first fourplex I've done of this kind that has the basement, again, having the parking. But it's important to note that the excavation of the basement is not past the permitted building depth of 19 meters on the property. If we could continue on, please. We could just go to one of the elevations very quickly. Please, one of the side elevations, A8. So the variance before you is for the overall height. If we could go to one of the side ones, please. Yes. So the variance for you is for the overall height. Now, the front and rear main walls have been recessed. At the front, it is recessed 2 meters, and at the rear, it is recessed 1.91 meters from the main wall height. The overall height of the dwelling as it addresses Homewood itself is 9.66 meters, okay, which is 0.34 meters below the zoning bylaw requirement of 10 meters. The main wall height is permitted to increase to be that 10 meters, provided you recess those front and rear main walls. So in essence, what you're actually seeing at the street in the built form itself, what addresses Homewood at the front and the rear is 9.66 meters. If we take that thought and we look at if this were to be a flat roof dwelling, meaning an entirely flat roof dwelling, there would not be a request for a height or a main wall height that is before you today.
Final
Lastly,
words?
Very quickly.
Yep.
Final words. I do want to just quickly mention OREG 299-19 that permits 45% coverage province-wide on 3 units. Yes, this is a 4-unit building, but what I would say is that built form that you see there, whether it's 1, 2, 3, or 4 units, I don't see the difference. And this will be corrected at some time in the city, but that 45% would be permitted if we took off 1 unit from the dwelling.
All right.
That's it, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions? All right. We have a number of speakers here. Who would like to go first? Please come down, sir.
Mr. Chair, just because we have a fair number of speakers, I don't know if you want to mention that the fourplex itself is not in question.
Yes, yeah. I'll just say a few words. As per what we've heard from the Deputy Secretary Treasurer, we really only are here to review the variances that are before us. The use is not in question. I might also ask, just given the number of speakers, just be mindful about repeating the same argument. Everybody has.
We have a number of residents who are objecting. Not necessarily everyone will speak. So don't be overly concerned.
Okay.
It's our neighborhood, so
okay.
You can tell it's created some buzz.
Yeah, fair enough.
But what I also, based on your comment before my clock starts, you have to talk about the multiplex issue as a result of the height. We will talk about the variance. If you reduce the height within the bylaw, you can't build his multiplex.
Okay.
So don't prevent us from talking about the impact of the multiplex on the land, because it has to do with the bylaw variance.
Fair enough. Yeah. All right.
So let's not muddy those waters, okay?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna be brief. 6 minutes. I'm a longtime resident.
Sorry.
We're very unique. Oh, I'm sorry, Ed Whalen, 172 Homewood.
Yes.
Sorry
Thank
about
you
that.
for that.
I object to his comments. We are a very little neighborhood between Hilda and Crosson. Those pictures that he provided is not on our block. A majority of our houses are single, one bungalow, raised bungalow units. We have a spattering of infill, but his comments are incorrect. So I'll move on. The variances are not minor, okay? The first one is 16% increase, obviously. That's on lot coverage. And obviously that doesn't include the garden suite. We have significant flooding. You'll see this morning, I entered our neighbor's property. I looked over the fence. The backyard of the property in question, completely flooded. If you build and 16% increase in coverage, where's that water gonna go? In our neighbor's yard, the next neighbor's yard, and in our yard, which has happened 4 times in 30 years, okay? The canopy, the arborist report is incorrect. Again, I walked the property, there are 12 trees in that backyard. You look at Google Earth, in the summertime, the canopy completes the entire backyard. Beautiful canopy. They want to tear down every tree. The construction of the garden suite, obviously I can't talk about that, but that's going to impact the soft landscape on that land, okay? I'm not sure how you're going to mediate that drainage, okay? The backyard, from the back of the existing new structure to the garden suite, is only 67 square meters. You're going from a 3-bedroom house to 14 bedrooms. So this has not become a family environment. I don't know how you're going to have kids play in 67 square meters. This is going to become a commercial property. The arborist report is incorrect. Some of the comments made on the city website talk about, in order to get this approved, you must maintain and expand, I quote, the urban tree canopy. They're not doing that, they're eliminating it, okay? The city references in their notes also, the development cannot result in the injury or removal of any healthy trees on an existing property or adjacent properties. There are trees abutting the property line with our neighbors, okay? And the concerns stated above are exactly the same for the multiplex and the garden suite, okay? So I'm condensing my comments, but that's on the first variance. The second variance is 6.5% over. Again, it's based on height. You have a small raised bungalow next door. Her roof line, and I quote, is 3.3 meters. The new roof line is 7.2 higher. It's not 7.2 total. The difference between her home and the new structure is almost 7.3 meters, 24 feet, okay? And obviously set back more, okay? Again, quoting the city, the development cannot adversely affect the surrounding properties or the neighborhood in general. This is a 3-story unit. By approving this variance, he's allowed them to build 3 stories. there isn't a 3-story unit in our entire neighborhood. And I said, my opening comments, majority are single-story, 1,000-square-foot bungalows. Okay? Again, quoting the city, and I had quoted it numerous times, new multiplexes design of 10 meters high is only allowed if the development designs keep with the area's existing physical features. That's the city's words, not mine. The area where taller buildings are already in existence, we would allow fourplexes possibly be allowed. Okay? So to copy my comments, I got 30 seconds. This is a commercial property. I'm a banker. I know what it's going to cost to build this. I know the return he's going to want. This is not affordable housing. My calculations, I'll give them to you if I want. They'd have to charge $4,200 per month per unit for him to break even at a 5% return. He's not going to do that. At $150 a night per room for 10 nights in a month, this thing's got Airbnb written all over it.
Yeah, well,
And
hold on.
doing
Hold on.
so-
I'm going to interject there. That's speculative. You don't know what he is or isn't planning to do with the property. We're only looking at what's before us today.
Okay, that's
right?
fair. But as a banker, I know what they're doing.
And the city also has regulations under short-term rental.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That
Yeah, that's fine.
guide
I'm
that.
going to wrap up.
Right.
So I'm speaking on behalf of a number of neighbors. We've talked to lots of them, over 40.
Mhm.
Everyone has the same reaction. They're shocked. We have other speakers. I don't want to take their words, but I'm not in favor.
Fair enough. Questions for our speaker? Okay, no questions. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, committee members,
Good evening.
my name is Sylvia Maldazzi. I live at 173 Homewood Avenue.
All right.
We are very concerned about the sought-after variances. I understand we can only speak to 2 of them. We feel this as-of-right fourplex will already impact our quiet neighborhood negatively and devalue our properties. We are not opposed to responsibly developed increased density on appropriately sized properties. Adding at least 16 more people to this 50-foot lot near a very busy corner on Hilda Avenue is not practical or safe. We are urging the committee to reject this application in its current form and request the owner to submit a proposal that adheres to the existing bylaw regulations. Regarding the building height, 0.65 meters in height is not a minor variance. It is 6.5% more than is allowed. Have shading studies been completed to assess how the shading will affect the closest neighbors' properties and homes and their general enjoyment of their outside space? Has the owner contacted neighbors affected to discuss any current concerns they may have? The height of this proposed fourplex already severely affects the privacy of their gardens and exposure of their existing windows without the added 0.65 meters. Onto lot coverage. 4.8% over allowed coverage is not a minor variance. It is 16% more than allowed lot coverage. We believe this proposed fourplex, plus the garden suite, is already oversized for this 50-foot lot. And if you approve this application, it will be a precedent for all other lots in this area. It will negatively affect the traditional fabric of our neighborhood of single-family homes with an average occupancy of 6 people to a total of occupancy of at least 20 people. And this is an exorbitantly high increase in density. It is over a magnitude of 200% increase in density. This does not include the proposed garden suite. This will make the area very crowded and devalue our overall living environment. And where is everybody going to park? It is not clear in the available supporting documentation that the zoning bylaws are being properly followed regarding the hard and soft landscaping requirements. We see no calculations for same. Also, regarding lot coverage, we doubt that the COE committee or the owners of 164 Homewood are aware of the overland water problems we have on this part of Homewood Avenue. Before many of the older homes at this end of Homewood were built, there was a fair-sized stream running from Drury Avenue through to Homewood Avenue and beyond towards Steeles Avenue. This stream was large enough that a young boy drowned in it many years ago. The stream was not channeled anywhere else that we know of, and many of the homes were built over it from Drury Avenue through to Steeles Avenue. At the time the homes were built, catch basins were dug in the backyards of every other home in this area to store or divert overland water. They are still present, though most people are not aware of them, and they are now likely filled with leaves and debris and not functioning as they initially intended. However, the water still follows its natural course through the neighborhood, and with rainfall, many homes with sump pumps experience water, with and without sump pumps experience water in their basements. The water problem is mentioned because the basement being proposed at 164 Homewood is for parking. We do not see provisions for sump pumps or pits on the available plans, nor do we see plans for geotechnical assessments or soil testing to make sure basement parking as proposed is a viable idea. The location of the sump pump discharge should be considered very carefully to ensure the soft landscaping would be available and the geotechnical considerations would be adequate for the discharge water without adversely affecting and flooding our neighbors' properties. In our experience, our North York clay is just below the surface of grade and is not permeable soil, and is another factor affecting water absorption in this area. So soft landscaping is a very important issue to prevent flooding.
Final words?
I'm sorry?
Oh, just if you may, we're just closing in on the 5-minute mark.
Oh, okay.
Just ask for final words.
I got so much more to say. Oh, no, I just got a second. Just let me do it.
All right.
I've been practicing this, okay? In our experience, North York clay is just below the surface, and it's a non-absorbable surface. And so if underground parking lot is constantly flooded, where do the tenants park their cars? There's no parking on the north side of Homewood, and there are only 3-hour and no night parking on the south side of Homewood. Homewood and Hilda is a very busy intersection with non-stop traffic and no stop signs. And again, where are all the cars going to park?
All right. I'm going to have to cut you there because we're about 45 seconds over, 5 minutes.
Okay.
And there are a lot of speakers.
I know. Okay.
And if there's some points that were missed, maybe some of your neighbors might pick up.
Yeah, hopefully.
Some of those points. So,
okay. Thank you.
But points towards submission towards drainage concerns are noted and taken into consideration.
Okay.
All right.
Yes.
All right. I should also just, it's been a long day, guys. Don't give me a hard time. I'm not supposed to have applause in the gallery. I know you're all here for support of each other, and I'm glad that you all came down in person, but just don't make it hard on me, please. Okay? Just hold off on the applause. All right. We have our next speaker.
I'll be the last one.
Are you the last speaker?
Maybe.
Maybe? Okay.
I don't know. My presentation won't be as technical as the prior ones. They were very well done. Your position...
Just your name and address before you get
Oh,
going.
yes, it's Norman Groot. I'm at 76 Goulding, but I'm speaking on behalf of the actual neighbor at 166 Homewood. She's not speaking herself because essentially what's being proposed is giving her PSD, significant anxiety, that she can't even function. And
she's lucky to have good neighbors that will show up and speak on her behalf. So we'll
yes, and
okay?
And you may notice that most of these people are retirees, are elderly, people who have been in the neighborhood forever, and you're the I guess the test that you look at is the variation minor, right? And that's, what is minor? What is minor to somebody is not minor to somebody else. But the other test is desirability for appropriate development. And this is nowhere close to being an appropriate development for this neighborhood. And so issues dealing with flooding have been addressed. Issues dealing with height and privacy have been addressed. But the reality is that these are single-family dwelling homes. The homes that have been put in place of the older homes, in other words, you're getting 1,000-foot bungalows replaced by 3,000-square-foot homes, are all single-family homes. This fourplex is not a single-family home by any stretch of the imagination. The idea that this garage could somehow be appropriate for this neighborhood, this may be appropriate on Drury Avenue, maybe on Yonge Street, the major thoroughways, but to put 4 cars in a basement of a house on a 50-foot property is preposterous. It's not anywhere close to being, by anybody's standard, an appropriate development. And then to add the volume of people, the volume of garbage, the volume of vehicles in these little homes in this area, I mean, you'll be taking what people have lived in for 50 years and are emotionally attached to, and essentially bringing in a ghetto. And so I respectfully submit on behalf of the 166 Homewood owner, who's going through a lot of anxiety over this, and the other people who are here, that this is not wanted in this neighborhood. You have to ask yourself, would you want this put into the lot next door to you, into your neighborhood, if you can imagine yourself living on that street? And again, it's not even close. I'm really surprised by what this agent had to say about how this proposed home would fit into this neighborhood, that they would submit that it's appropriate. Most of these owners are, the people who live there are owners. This is obviously not an owner-occupied type of proposal, right? This is deemed to be a rental, essentially apartment building in a residential neighborhood that's very established. And you will be doing a lot of damage to these people by moving ahead with something that's highly inappropriate. That is essentially what I wanted to say. I've seen, like, the neighborhood has been canvassed. We haven't found one neighbor that would be interested in having something like this. It's opposed by everybody. There'll be a loss of tranquility to this neighborhood. There'll be a loss of property value. I mean, people aren't going to want to stick around there. But more importantly, they don't want to leave there because of this distraction that is being proposed. There's a high emotional toll. People raise their kids in this neighborhood. They don't want to leave this because essentially 20 people are being jammed onto a lot. That is essentially it. I mean, there's the issue of how's the fencing going to work. The issue of the trees, that was raised as well. The shadows on the houses. I mean, right now, there's no windows that face over towards 166 Homewood. You're proposing quite a few windows. And as been said, the flooding, I don't know how you deal with that. Once you put all that lot coverage on, where's that water going to go?
Right.
So.
All right. Just at the 5-minute mark there.
Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your submission. Do you have anybody else? Please hold off on the applause. Anybody else here to speak to this item?
Mr. Chairman, may I have 30 seconds?
May I ask which address you're from?
200 Homewood Avenue.
Wiggly. Oh, your name and address for us, sir.
So just as a background for everybody, this is streamed live onto YouTube. So if everybody else is watching this cannot hear what is happening in this room unless you're up on the mic.
My name is Tom Beaumont. I live at 200 Homewood Avenue with my wife of probably 60 years. We've been there quite a number of years. Today, out for a walk with my cat. There is a sump pump currently operating at 220 Homewood Avenue. That is, the discharge is coming out from the basement and onto the driveway. There is a walkway between the street, Goulding Avenue and Homewood Avenue, 6 feet wide. It has a catch basin, which is currently flooded with 6 inches of water. I have notified the city of that, and also a catch basin at 242 Homewood Avenue, which 2 days ago had overflowed catch basin and standing water. So to speak further to what has already been presented, that there can be flooding in these backyards, it is occurring now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions?
Questions? No.
Thank you.
Okay, it's not a bad thing. Okay, thank you. All right, anybody else in the gallery for this item? Looking around, I see nobody. Staff, do we have online? We have some online speakers as well. Just a reminder for those online that are speaking to this item, please, we've heard a lot of testimony on this. Please just refine or restrain your remarks to issues that haven't been addressed thus far.
Through you, Mr. Chair, be unmuted Mary Ellen Hughes.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello. Am I being heard?
Yes, we can hear you. Your name and address for us, please.
I'm 147 Homewood, Mary Ellen Hughes.
Okay. We've got the clock up, and the floor is yours.
Okay.
Ms. Hughes.
Okay. There are other. May I speak now?
Yes, you may.
Hello? There are other homeowners who wish to pay today, but they don't have access to internet, computers, or smartphones. The Homewood neighborhood block affected by this proposal with variances is inhabited by many older seniors in their 80s and 90s. They've lived independently here in their homes, often for 50 to 60 years, paid taxes for half a century, consistently maintain their homes, regularly drive their SUVs, and feel safe and secure in our quiet neighborhood watch community. Homewood Avenue homeowners are international in scope, ranging from Persian, Korean, Chinese, Dutch, Greek, Italian. We get along well and love and help each other always. Our small community is being burdened with much stress, and this proposal variance has affected the mental and physical health of our precious community, both seniors and others. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Questions? All right, our next speaker.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we're trying to unmute Stephen Nushis, and he needs to approve the request for unmute.
Thank you. Hello. Stephen, we're just awaiting you to approve the request from staff so we can hear you.
Okay, Stephen?
Yes, hi.
Hi.
You can start your presentation. Just give your name and address, and you can start your presentation.
Hi, it's Stephen Nucius calling from 69 Goulding Avenue. I'm a neighbor, a couple of streets down. You know, our area is a very beautiful area, and at times I feel that we're forgotten on the north end of Toronto. And I think that by bringing a unit in of this size, it doesn't complement the area, it doesn't beautify it, it doesn't make it more appealing for families to come in and to live. It actually does the opposite. It just makes it feel like it's forgotten in some ways. I've been living here since 1992, and little by little, we'll have fourplexes all over the city, and this won't be the community we came into with Goulding Park to the east, North York Hearts to the west, Newton Brook to the north. It's all going to change. And this is just the beginning with this unit coming in. I just really want North York to stay as North York. If the builder wants to build such a monstrosity, it would fit very well in Forest Hill. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Questions? All right.
Okay, I'm going to hang up now. Thank you. Okay, so make sure you tell the chair.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we contacted Carol Griffin, and she was not going to talk as other neighbors already covered it.
Okay, very well.
We could not get hold of Alana Unema, and we couldn't contact her. We
Okay.
don't have her on the call.
So that concludes everybody online?
Yes.
All right. Okay. At this time, I'd like to turn it back to our agent, Mr. Benkowski, who I hope will use that time to respond to some of the concerns that he's heard from the neighbors.
Absolutely. Can we go right back to that screen we just had on, part of my supporting document? I do now want to go back and read an opening statement. If we could just go down, please, because I think it's important, and I can sympathize that change is coming, and you know the city is evolving. And oh, if we could just go back up to the, I believe it's the first page. It's the longer paragraph. Yes, I just want to read this because there was a statement made by the first speaker about how the city is interpreting, especially planning. And I will note, you don't have a planning report. You actually don't even have a staff report tying the proposal to anything. I want to read this because I think it's important, where it specifically says low-rise residential buildings that contain more than one unit will make more efficient use of land and provide more ground-related housing choices for all residents at all stages of their lives. I just want to go to the last sentence. To accommodate the modest intensification needed to house more people, regulations for multiplexes may differ from single-unit buildings to ensure efficient and livable homes for Toronto residents. Essentially, what's that acknowledging is this will be a built form that differs from what's in these established neighborhoods. They are going to look different, but that's okay. That's why we have the policies that are in front of you hear of SASP 826. Sticking with the SASP 826 policies, in terms of the retention of the trees, whether this was a fourplex or a single family home, the proposed trees to be removed, again, are in the allowed built form of the property itself. There's no tree that is being proposed to be removed due to any type of overbuilt or increase that is before you today. I want to just quickly touch on one thing where there were some comments made about 16 people living in the house. Again, that's permitted, okay, in the fourplexes and is actually encouraged through this SAS policy that, again, speaks to larger units. The SAS in front of you does not want bachelors. It does not want one bedrooms. It wants larger, dwellings that have multiple bedrooms in them. If we could go to the site plan, please. I want to just speak a little bit about the grading and the overflow that some of the neighbors were speaking of. Yes. So again, as I briefly touched on in my opening statement, if we just zoom in at the front, there is no request for a landscaping variance in the front yard or in the rear yard, nor is there a request for the driveway width variance. What you see in front of you on the screen here today, if we just go back up to that site plan, please. What you see on the screen here is permitted in terms of landscaping, and the whole rear yard is actually extensively landscaped. You don't even see an at-grade deck off of the first floor, which would, again, take away some permeability. Those side yard setbacks to the east at 1.83 meters and 2.43 meters, 2.34 meters at the front of the dwelling before, again, it does come out, again, to a compliant 1.83 meters, which, if we were to zoom in, we would see is the setbacks of both adjacent neighbors, is essentially 1.8 meters. This, again, isn't even the introduction of a new setback, albeit, again, being zoning bylaw compliant, that already isn't on both adjacent properties. Bear with me for 1 second. If we could go to that side elevation again, please. I did just want to reiterate one more thing as it relates to that side elevation. So if we go to that side elevation, yes, and we look at the left, which is the front, that actual main front wall that is before we have the recess is actually at 7.93 meters. So the first 2 stories of the dwelling before the livable space is recessed at 2 meters is only 7.93 meters. The increase in the overall height has been appropriated inset for both the front as well as the rear main walls of the dwelling. Just bear with me, I'm just going through all my notes here. Oh, the basement parking. If we go to the front elevation of the dwelling, if you were driving by, walking by on the streetscape, that would just look like an integral garage to you. You would have no idea, the south elevation, you would have no idea that that's actually leading to an underground garage. And I actually think that's a fairly creative way to accommodate the parking on the site rather than having them on the street. I also want to stress that proposed basement mirrors the floor above. There is no additional excavation to accommodate the parking. In essence, it's a standard basement that just offers parking. So in terms of a sump pump, that is all things that would be worked out during the building permit stage as it relates to the grading. Lastly, I just want to go back, if we go back to that site plan very quickly, if we were to remove 1 unit from this proposal, the actual massing could increase to 45%. So the actual massing would be larger than what is being proposed before you today, because we would be able to fill in the portions at the front, nominally add some area at the rear. But I just want us to, again, focus on the variances that are before you, because again, it's essentially, in my opinion, the objections had a lot to do with the variances as it related to a fourplex. But again, this is the zoning bylaw that permits this. And I just want us to review this again as if it was a standard dwelling with a modest increase of 4.8% in coverage. And in my opinion, a modest increase of 10.65. Again, if we could just go to the front elevation quickly.
Just wrap up, we're 30 over.
A lot to get to, Mr. Chair.
You're usually very good with the clock, Mr. Bankowski. Today you're a little off on your time.
You know, Mr. Chair, I could talk like this forever.
I know.
The 10.65 meter height is to the top of that peak. We can use that one's fine. That 10.65 meter is the top of the peak. And just to reiterate, the actual main wall height is at 9.66 meters.
Okay, I'm going to have to stop you there.
I'm done.
All
you,
right,
Mr. Chair.
we're a minute over. I usually don't allow more than that. I was a little generous to some of the neighbors, so we'll take your submission given the amount of that you've had to respond to. I'm going to ask my colleagues if they have any questions at this time. Yes, Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you pull the site plan up on the screen for Mr. Gronkowski, please? Can you tell me what the hatched material is around the garden suite, the surface area from the back?
That's all grass.
The multiplex, pardon me?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Kniffel, that's all grass.
It's all grass, except for there's got to be a pathway to get to the front door of the garden suite, but other than that, it's all grass?
Yeah, you can see under where the trees are.
Yeah.
You can see a small inset where there's some, yes, down there.
And those trees that you show are existing trees that you're intending to keep?
I believe the arborist, there's one of them that has to be removed, which is that one, which is closest to the dwelling. Obviously,
There's one under the
intent is
footprint
not
of
to
the
remove.
dwelling. Is that the one that you're removing?
Correct. Yes, correct, Mr. Nipple, through you, Mr. Chair. But again, that would again be in the approved, kind of the acceptable portion of the dwelling. And as you're aware, we don't have an objection from urban forestry about the proposal.
Okay, and I have another question. Could we get the section on the screen again? I think you've answered it, but I want to make sure I understood your answer.
I think I'll find my numbers for this because I have a feeling I may know where we're going.
Okay, in this drawing, you're asking for 10.65 is the height, and that is the height from
6'5",
grade
correct.
to the top of that pitched roof. What is the distance from...
Exactly, correct.
And what is the distance from grade to where the main wall turns into a curve at the front and in the back where the main wall stepped back? You mentioned...
So, yeah, I have it.
Okay, what is
That's
it?
where I thought you were going, Mr. Kniffel. At the front, it's 7.93 meters.
Okay.
Feet.
And at the rear,
Meters?
it is
Yeah,
I'm
I'm sorry.
7.93 meters.
Yeah.
And at the rear, it's slightly higher at 8.31.
Could you?
And then Mr. Kniffel, staying with that thought, that's a 2-meter recess at the front
Yeah.
and a 1.92 recess at the rear.
Could you guesstimate if this was turned down today because you're not here for the built form. You're not here to get permission to build fourplex. You've got that permission. It's part of your approval already. If the variance for height was not approved, what would it do to this section? How much would you lose?
You would theoretically not lose anything. It would just become a flat roof at 10 meters. So it may be actually better for us to look at it at the front.
Okay.
If we go to the front, because Mr. Kniffel, the way the multiplex zoning bylaw is written, you're permitted to have the main wall height exceed the 7.5 meters, provided you inset the front and the rear 1.5 meters.
Okay,
So
what
what would actually happen?
What I'm trying to get to is that the bulk of the building is permitted, and I'm trying to figure out if you were to
Correct.
take the variance and removed it, so it isn't approved, what would it do to the form of the building? It would reduce it a little bit, but not very much. Is that correct?
In my opinion, Mr. Kniffel, it would actually do the opposite. It would create more massing because we know from this picture that main wall height is 9.66 meters on the sides. And remember, sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Kniffel, remember that third floor portion there is recessed, right?
Yes.
So this is the rear portion where that pitched roof is recessed 1.92. Because we have the two recessed areas at the front and the rear greater than 1.5 meter, a flat roof could actually be 10 meters clear across. Now, what that would mean is right now that main wall height, as it goes to the underside of the eave, is at 9.66 meters. What actually could in effect happen is that entire flat roof could now go up to be 10 meters high. So the mass would actually increase into being a flat roof.
Okay, thank you very much. That's the point I was trying to get to. Thank you very much.
Mr. Benkowski, am I correct to assume that the lot coverage does not include the garden suite at the rear? Just for the main building?
Correct, it does not.
Okay,
It does not.
all right. Any other questions? No? Okay. All right. We're ready to take this into committee. Thank you very much, Mr. Benkowski, and thank you to all of the residents that have come down today to speak and those online. I understand that these multiplex applications are issues of certainly they are contentious, and you know we do take a lot of consideration when these applications come forward. So I'm going to take us into committee now. I'm hoping my colleagues might provide a little bit of brief discussion, followed by a motion.
Excuse me, can I speak, please?
Oh, did I? I'm sorry. Did
No, you didn't. I need to speak. I'm sorry. I'm at 166 Homewood, and I need to speak.
hold on, staff? We haven't heard from 166.
Yes, my agent, my representative did, but I can't not.
All right, I'm going to pull this out of committee. I'm going to allow it, but I'm. Yes, please, just be mindful. We'll have to go back to Mr. Benkowski after, but
It won't be long.
just be mindful too of the kind of issues that we've already heard.
I'll
So-
just be very brief.
Okay.
My whole frustration is I feel like I'm being just bullied out of my own home.
Mr. Chair, I need
I
a name and
understand,
address.
I understand that
Name?
these builders,
Oh, your name
Nancy
and address.
Fernhout, 166 Homewood. I understand that these builders just bully their way through and follow all of these guidance and variants and everything, and not one person has come to me. When that property was sold, I tried to meet the neighbor because I am a good neighborly person. And I have no clue what's going to happen to my yard. I have no clue what's going to happen to my fence. I have no clue about anything. And to say that it's okay to have 16 to 20 people beside me in my backyard when I am more than happy, I raised my family, 6 people in the house, 5 people in the house. I am more than happy to have more people. Okay, but I feel like I need something because I'm not heard at all. I'm not heard at all. And I'm sorry that I am a little bit upset, but I can't just have someone who knows everything about developing just rhyming this off and rhyming that off without any consideration for the actual people in this neighborhood.
Yeah.
And I just had to say that. I'm sorry.
Fair enough. No, you are entitled to your time. I'm going to ask not to hold off on the applause.
He needs the applause.
You are entitled to speak at these hearings. They are public hearings, and you know, as part of our consideration, we do want to hear from all neighbors, particularly immediate, because we do realize that the impact is.
This impact has been debilitating for me, completely debilitating, because I don't know what's going on, and I have the best neighbors on the planet. They were doing all the research, trying to figure it out, because I don't know anything.
Yeah,
and I feel like these developers just take advantage of that, and I just had to speak. I didn't plan to speak because I'm just so beside myself on all of this, but I really felt I just had to say this, so thank you very much for allowing it.
Fair enough. Fair enough. If it is if it is consoling, you have some good. I speak on my colleagues. Both my colleagues are very experienced. I know we're down to 3 members today, but they're very good members, and they do take a lot of time and consideration in reviewing these files. And they're also residents of the city, so they, while we are on a committee, we ourselves deal with issues, neighbor issues when these come up, and we do understand impact. I am, in terms of procedure, I do need to go back to Mr. Benkowski, and I would like to provide him an opportunity maybe to speak directly to some of your concerns. And perhaps, I don't know if he can, but maybe he can speak specifically to some of the kind of smaller issues you brought up with respect to the property line directly adjacent.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Oh,
Chair.
Mr. Marzier, yes.
Before you go to Mr. Benkowski, I also want to ask him if there is any discussion with the neighborhood.
Yeah,
about
okay,
this application.
fair enough.
I just want to know what happened between the applicant and neighbors, and is there any discussion with any of the neighbors, or
Yeah, of
clarify
course.
that? Yeah.
Staff, can we get Mr. Benkowski back?
Mr. Chair.
Hi.
A couple of things. In terms of the fence, there's the proposed setback is at 1.83 meters. I don't imagine there's going to be disruption if this were to be meritorious through the digging of the footings and foundations from the overdig that would compromise the fences. I actually don't even believe shoring would be required for the sidewalls if approved. I can sympathize with people. I understand that the world of planning has drastically changed in the last 3 years. I was actually at an OLT hearing where one of the members said, I've been doing this for 40 years. I'm having trouble keeping up with it. So I can sympathize that things are rapidly changing, not only in Toronto, but really province-wide, to try to expand the housing market, to try to offer apartments really in established neighborhoods that have amenities, that have schools, that have parks. This is what's encouraged by the recently amended provincial planning statement, as well as the official plan and the zoning bylaw. In terms of consultation, I did not consult with the neighbors. I was under the impression that the owner had a conversation. I can clearly see I'm incorrect. But I think going back to, and I don't think I covered this in my initial one. So, Mr. Chair, you feel free to stop me if I'm going off on something
Just
else.
brief, Mr. Benkowski.
Well, maybe not, Mr. Chair, because I would just talk about the idea of impact, because that kind of was brought up by the adjacent neighbor who just spoke. Impact is an interesting way that, as planners, we evaluate the appropriateness of a proposal. By the zoning bylaw, essentially, what's permitted is considered essentially an acceptable impact, because that's part of the zoning bylaw. When I look at that compared to what we have proposed before you today, with a pitched roof rather than a flat roof, again, if we were at 3 units, this would be 45%, which would be closer to the adjacent neighbors. It would be very marginally longer, like I believe 4 or 5 centimeters. So really not much longer. But again, the impact of what I believe we're proposing when evaluated under the zoning bylaw and the 2 modest variances, in my opinion, really satisfies that test.
Okay.
And that's it, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Benkowski. All right. Let's go back into committee. Who wants to get us started? Mr. Nipfil.
I'll be the brave one. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I suppose this is going to come as a shock to the audience, but this is one of the best multiplexes I've seen. And it is for the following reason. The applicant in this case has gone to some trouble to try and ameliorate the height of the building by, at the front, pulling the roof back and putting a curve in, and at the back, pulling the whole first floor back. What it's done, I don't think is well illustrated in the drawings. The drawings, if you're not an architect or a planner, these drawings are not very instructive. They don't really show clearly what you're going to see in the street. And so I'm interpreting what I think they're going to produce, and I think that the built form that's before us is a very good built form, given the approval of a multiplex. What I heard from most of the people that spoke was an objection to a lot more people on the lot, and all those people are going to bring cars and noise and variety, and that's true. It's a lot more people. The issue is the multiplex concept that will bring those, that allows the accommodation of that many people, is already a done deal. It's already approved. What you have before you is two relatively minor variances, one for the height of the building and one for the footprint of the building. As I tried to get Mr. Bankowski to explain in the height, I don't think that that variance actually has a great deal of visual impact on the north and or the front and the back elevations because of the setbacks. The other thing that I've seen in the last 2 or 3 hearings is a multiplex like this, but instead of an underground parking garage for the cars were all put in a surface parking lot in the backyard. And we heard from all of the people around how the parking lot was a huge intrusion into the community, and they didn't like the parking lot. Everything that they objected to was the parking lot. So I applaud the fact that in this case, they've tried to integrate the parking into the structure and not put it onto the property itself, where I would argue it would be an even greater intrusion. Mr. Bankowski indicated that the area around the garden suite is landscaping. The drawing doesn't clearly indicate that. And the other thing that I've seen with multiplexes that I'm personally very concerned with is access. In many cases, not most, but in many cases, that stairway that's shown in the section is tacked onto the back of the building.
Yeah.
So in addition to a high building, you've got this humongous structure that's there to provide access to the various floors, and I would argue invites use for getting together, talking, and creating further privacy. I think given that multiplexes are permitted and the variances before us are very minor, I'm supportive of this application. I wish Mr. Bankowski was able to meet with you if this is approved even afterwards, because it's clear that a lot about this application isn't understood. And part of that, I think, is due to the drawings. I don't think the drawings are doing the application any favor. I don't think they're showing clearly what you're going to see on the property. And although it's not a single-family house, it's not a bungalow, in my view, it's considerably better than 4 stories straight up on both sides and no articulation of the facade. So I'm supportive of the application based on what I believe the applicants tried to do to integrate it into the fabric of the community, under the understanding that the multiplex is approved anyway.
Mr. Marchiori?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Mr. Nipfield covered everything that I want to say. I think it's always not an easy decision to approve an application when we have this many objections, but we have to deal with what's in front of us. And as Mr. Nipfield mentioned, I think the subject of 4plex is allowed. So we're dealing with 2 variances. To me, these variances are minor. I was hoping that the applicant could have consulted with the neighbors and kind of ease their concerns, which didn't happen, obviously. And also, I think the drawings are very poor. For a project like this, it has to be like a more detailed design, better design. I think the quality of drawing are not good. But overall, I cannot object this application. I think it's supportable for me.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I'm the multiplex, the as of right for multiplexes in the city is new, and it is a surprise and a shock to a lot of people that live in homes with single family dwellings in them. And because they are so, the rules of what you're allowed to do with the multiplex versus a single family home, they are a lot more permissive. You can build a lot more. So as a member, when I see variances for multiplexes, I'm very critical because the as of right is already really pushes the limits. In this case, I would agree that the additional height, even the fact that it is small, we're talking about 0.6 meters, it is essentially to facilitate a pitch at the center roof. I would be supportive of that. But I would ask that maybe we tie that height variance to that south or north elevation or the section. And the reason is because I really want to, I appreciate the applicant has mitigated the side main wall height. He noted that he could go up to 10 meters. That's a flat roof. I think a flat roof at 10 meters would be more imposing in terms of a massing than permitting a variance, but also regulating the slope and the height of the side main walls through permitting that variance. So it puts a few guardrails, not to think that the applicant is not going to, build what's according to plan, but it does put some guardrails on there to make sure. And the kind of second component, to the applicant's submission, they are providing a setback at the front and the rear. And it is very hard to see in the drawing, because when you see a drawing, you just think it's a flat wall. But it is really a two-story portion, and then there is a further setback to help mitigate that. That said, we are largely dealing with as of right here, that is approved by City Council at the recommendation of planning. So as committee members, our hands are tied to the variances that are before us. And I know my colleagues understand that, but I also want to make sure that, people here understand that as well. There's only so much we can do as a committee member. I think we've captured. I don't know if there's any other comments, Mr. Nitfill or Mr. Mazzieri.
I'm prepared to put a motion on the floor.
Okay.
I'd like to move approval of the variances that are before us, subject to forestry condition number 2. And I agree that we should tie the height to the plans. I'm just not sure whether it should be the section or the elevations, but that variance number 2 be substantially constructed in accordance with, I think both maybe, the cross-section, which is cross-section AA, and which elevations did you think we should go with? I'd like to make sure that this form actually is the one that gets built.
I want to regulate those side main walls.
Okay, then maybe those as well.
So I would be happy with either elevation front or rear, or tying it to maintain a 12-2 slope, which I know we don't maybe staff listening.
Okay,
but
then the front and rear elevations and the cross-section then, and that
substantially in accordance with.
That should secure the
Okay.
buildable.
I'll also note, I hope the applicant, takes our feedback and, continues to work on this. Because I think the intent is that these really fit in as any other house in the neighborhood. And when they don't, I think we failed, in terms of our tests and our official plan. I think the intent is that these are really, intended to fit. So we got to be cautious here.
Mr. Chair, I heard cross-section AA, and then I didn't hear the other plan.
Front and rear elevations.
Front and rear, thank you.
So, okay.
Can we add substantially? Because I'm hoping
Yeah.
at least the owner can hire
Yeah, no,
someone to design a better elevation.
Yeah, I'm
So we
hoping
can
so too.
add word substantially.
Yeah, substantially. Is that a second as well, Mr. Martieri? All right. All in favor of the motion? Okay, that's unanimous. Yes, let's take a 10-minute break. We will resume at 7:30 p.m. Chat to the chat to
What's that?
They don't rule the roost, do they? More hardscape. Sometimes you have to do it. It's not the first time. It's approved on condition. You're still dealing with the height and whether the slope answers it. You know what, there it is. But then, because it's all approved, is the two variances.
See how flustered I get when I don't get my own mic?
I mean, you're not your sister. Yeah, your sister.
My sister's coming home, well, within a week, I think, after the blood test and all that stuff. But my husband's my brother, he's gonna go to Georgia. I doubt it, we don't know.
I didn't. I thought this was the one that father was.
Oh, he's looking for that.
You can go far. Yeah.
There's even approved, the extra height and the extra.
No. Approved as a condition. So. That's what it says. You know this one. One more step.
I'm slow as molasses.
Let's go. This is the easiest way. You follow him.
Okay, see. Why didn't we might put it this is not the greatest thing for walking. So my shoes now. Oh, I come on faster with them.
Okay, okay. Good.
All right, we're back. Everybody online and people waiting here, thank you again. I know you guys have been very patient throughout the hearing. Okay. We just finished item number 18, and now we're moving on to item 19, 148 BESSBOROUGH Drive. Okay, the purpose of this application is to construct a two-story side addition to the existing dwelling and remove the existing garage. The required parking space is proposed to be in the front yard on the existing paved driveway. We've got variances for eave projection, north side yard setback, and a variance for front yard parking space. On file, material from the applicant, report from community planning, as well as 8 form letters in support. All right, and we have our agent with us in person.
Hi, I'm Sunny Gervin. I'm the agent. I'm at 115 River Road, Feversham. We also have the owner on the line who would like to speak to give a presentation should you require one.
Okay, I am going to check. We don't have anybody else in the gallery for this item, no?
Mr. Chair, do you want to give the standard 5 minutes warning so that they know they can either split their time?
Yeah, before we do that, we may just, staff, we don't have anybody online. Okay. I know you've waited all this time.
And the owner as well.
And the owner as well.
Yeah.
Actually, can we
Hi.
get some feedback? Hi. Okay. Yeah, we've reviewed the file. I don't have any questions. I don't need a presentation.
The owner prepared well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean,
Mr. Chairman.
it's not a
And so-
bad thing.
Yes.
So if it's all right with you, I think we're prepared to move straight into committee for
Very
decision for you.
I think that's fine, also
Okay.
with the owners.
Yes, with their permission to move forward, given that they're one of the speakers. Perhaps maybe they just want to give their name and address for the record.
Sure.
Provide a brief statement. I should note a lot of prep work goes into the hearings. This is not on the fly, so we're already very familiar with the files before we hear them. We have our owners with us.
We do. My name is Sarah Chute, and my husband is Jason Begay. My husband is the one that prepared the presentation and wanted to speak. I was here to support and cheer him on, but he seems to maybe be having a technical difficulty. But we are the owners at 140 BESSBOROUGH, and we are here with the hope that you will approve what we have applied for.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, any questions? Okay. All right, let's go into committee. I just want to start off by saying I think it's a very good application on a very beautiful street, I might add. And it's really nice to see the applicant working with the existing home. It's about as straightforward as that. I know they've done some work, and community planning has also reviewed the file. I do see a condition that they would like imposed, that it relates to the north side yard setback. I don't know if you have any comments or motion, Mr. Nipfel?
Unless my colleagues have comments, I'd like to put forward a motion. Like you, it is a stunning street.
Yeah, what a great
One of
street.
the prettiest in the city.
Yeah.
And the proposal, I think, is very supportable. As the planning staff has indicated that they have no objection to the variance, as it's consistent with the existing pattern of development and clearly meets the official plan and bylaw. On that basis, I would like to move approval of the application with only one condition, and it's the one that was suggested by planning, and that is that the north side yard setback be developed substantially in accordance with the site plan drawing, the one that was attached to the planning report. I think with that very small condition, this is really a very commendable application.
Yeah, excellent. Yeah, very happy to support this.
I second that.
Second, before I got the chance, by Mr. Martiari. All in favor of that? All right, your application is approved. Thank you again for your patience.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
You as well. Okay.
We're 21 now.
Yes, we have completed item 20. We're on to item 21, 205 Parkview Avenue. The purpose of this application, let's pull up my notes here. All right, this is to construct a new two-story single-family dwelling with an integral garage and a finished basement. We've got 3 variances for main wall heights, main pedestrian entrance height, lot coverage, stair width, rear deck area, and parking space width. On file material from the applicant, memo from Urban Forestry, and a memo from Community Planning. All right, we've got our agent with us.
Yes.
All right. Okay, sir, I'm going to ask for a very brief presentation from you.
Sure. My name is Michael Zhang. I'm representing the 205 Parkview Avenue and located at the 280 Shop Avenue East. So basically, talking to the planning staff, we make some modification on the variance number 1.
Okay.
Basically, we reduced the side main wall from 8.88 to 7.62. And also on the variance number 4, we reduced the entrance height from 1.55 meters to 1.4 meters. Also on the deck, to increase the privacy from the neighbors, we plan to install a 1.5 meter high screen on the west side.
Okay. Just to confirm, we've got a modification to variance number 1 and a modification to, I'm just looking for, that's variance number 4 is your 1.55 reduced to 1.4.
Yes. And I think all other variances are very minor and fit into the character of the neighborhood.
Okay.
For example, the front,
Yep. Go on.
So the variance number 2 is very similar to variance number 1, so we keep it on as 7.62 meters for the front facade and the rear. And we talked to the planning staff, and they're agreed to have this one under the 9 meters. So we have 8.88 meters. For the variance number 4, we lower it down to 1.4 as mentioned. And also for the variance number 5, we have 32.4%. For variance number 6, is just the width of the exterior stairs.
All right.
The variance number 7, is about the deck at the rear. The reason for this is because the middle of the basement is higher than the established grade, and that one is triggered this. And number 8 is just the garage width. I think all these are, in my personal opinion, those are very minor and is the fit the characteristic of the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. I should ask, have you had any discussion with the neighbors on the immediate, just concerning that platform at the rear, and whether or not either of you guys might benefit from some privacy screening?
Yes, that's why we added screening on the west side.
Ah, okay, thank you. I did miss that. All right.
Yeah, and there's actually circle on the highlighted on the drawing. 1.5 meter height.
Okay. Questions? None? All right, looks like we're able to take this into committee for a decision. Maybe just start by saying I'm glad to see that reduction on the main wall height. That I had some concern about that. And I'm also glad to see that front door entrance height dropped to 1.4. You know, this street is on Parkview, this part of Parkview is characteristic of main entrances that are typically higher. So, I think with regard to the, you know, the overall massing and typology, this isn't something that's foreign to the block. So I think it's supportable. I do get hung up on those front and rear main walls. It's sort of what gets me every time. But to the applicant submission, community planning didn't seem to share that concern. I do note there's 3 variances for the main wall heights, right?
Yeah.
The third variance addressing the front and rear main walls at 8.88 meters. I think with the exception of variance 3, it's pretty straightforward to me, but I would like to hear if you guys have any comments on the application or no concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have any concern with the amendment that the applicant is making. I think overall it's a supportable application, and I support it.
Okay.
I'm in agreement.
All right.
Feel exactly the same way.
Yeah, very good. Makes my decision making easy. There's 3 of us. Either of you have a motion?
I can make a motion?
Yeah, please.
So I'd like to make a motion to approve this application as amended, variance number 1 to be reduced to 7.62 meter, variance number 4 to be reduced to 1.4 meter, and also urban forestry condition 1. And there is a planning staff report also to tie it. Variance number 3 in regard with proposed height to be tied to front and rear main walls. And also develops substantially in accordance with front east elevation drawing and rear west elevation drawing.
There's also a provision for screening.
Oh, sorry, I missed that. Provision for screening. It's mentioned on both sides. I think. Yeah. So 1.5 meter.
Yeah.
On both, not just the one?
Says,
Yeah, the planning staff wants it on both.
Yeah, you know, the difficulty is the other side, they've got a garage.
Yeah, I agree.
And the setback.
The applicant actually mentioned one side.
Yeah, they did.
He's had a further discussion.
I mean, my concern really is if that garage, the adjacency of the garage wasn't there, maybe, but given that you have the garage as a buffer, if you're in the backyard and you're on the other side of the garage.
Yeah, you're right. So
you're not going to see that.
I would just include it on the west side.
Okay.
Okay. Agreed.
Yeah, I think that's better. Yes, that is the west side. Okay.
Agreed.
Staff, we got that? Awesome.
Correct? Yes. On the west side. Yes. Correct.
1.5 meters opaque.
Opaque under this.
All right. Second by Mr. Nipfel. All in favor? That's unanimous.
Sorry, Chair, just to clarify, with no conditions?
Yeah. Were you here for this item?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right. Your agent should have. All right. So. Okay, moving along. We are on item number 22. 302 Airdrie Road. The purpose of this application is to construct a new detached dwelling with a walkout basement, variances for side yard setback for a front porch, building height, main wall height, FSI, south side yard setback, lot coverage, and porch encroachment into a front yard setback. On file, material from the applicant, report from community planning, memo from urban forestry, 4 form letters in support from 298, 297, 299, and 304 Airdrie Road, and 2 letters in opposition from 290 Airdrie Road and the Leaside Residents Association. We have our agent with us.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I should say good evening. Your name and address,
I was
sir.
just gonna say.
Yeah.
Alexander Overholt, calling from 1140 the Queensway in Etobicoke.
All right. Just a moment here.
Not a problem.
All right, sir. I am going to ask for a very brief presentation, just given we do have those letters of objection.
That's quite all right. Before I get into the presentation, though, there is a little housekeeping I would just like to get completed regarding our
Yes,
variances.
I should ask, are there any modifications?
Most certainly, yes. We
Okay.
will be removing the lot coverage variance.
Let's, just working off the public notice, let's go in order.
Sure.
Yeah, okay. This just, we got 7 variances, so. Was the lot coverage the
Number
first?
1 will remain as is. Yep.
Yeah, okay, so that's variance number 6 for lot coverage. You're gonna modify that?
Yep.
What?
We're going to remove it.
Remove it altogether. Very good. Okay.
Sure. Variance number 7 is also removed.
Number 7's removed. Yep.
Variance number 4 will be modified to be reduced to an FSI value of 0.77.
Okay. All right. Okay, we've got those modifications. We're going to get the clock up, and the floor is yours.
Excellent. Thank you for your time. I do appreciate it. We do have remaining now 5 variances, which myself and the planning department do believe is minor in nature. I do want to bring attention to the late submission of an additional planning report on April 1st, indicating that they have reviewed the application and they're not concerned as long as they tie us to the front and rear elevations, which we have no issue for. As well, there is additional correspondence from the planner who was assigned to our file, Kiana. This document is dated CA correspondence on April 1st, indicating that she also, in her opinion, has no issue with our application and believes our variances are minor in nature. Now, I would like to speak to the extent of our variances, specifically the height of the building as well as the main wall heights. Now, if you kindly pull up the front elevation, that'd be highly appreciated. Yes, that's a perfect file. Yep, perfect, excellent. So if you scroll down to the elevations and the 2D elevations, we do have a building height proposed to be 9.15 meters measured from established grade. This is measured to the top of the flat roof above the pitched roof. The permitted maximum building height for this area is 8.50 meters, which is a variance of 0.65 meters. I know, technically this is a flat roof, but we did try to disguise the flat roof by introducing the gables in the front, as well as a 12 to 20 slope on the sides as well. In our opinion, because of the previous approvals in the area, such as 327 Sutherland Drive, which was approved for a height of 9.31 meters, 31 Parkley Drive, which was measured for 9.10 meters, and 107 Parkway Drive, which was also approved for 9.10 meters, that we are in the opinion that our building height complies with these, the Ontario Planning Act and meets the needs of the neighborhood. Now, Mr. Chair, I do understand you do have special attention towards main wall height, specifically in the front and the rear elevations. So I'm going to go and dive into that real quick. Now, as we know, with the definition of a main wall height, we must take it to the most highest part of the wall. Now, looking at this front elevation here, you will see that the main wall height is taken to the top part of that gable in front of the windows in the front elevation. This variance for the front of the house is measured to be 8.78 meters. I do want to make note that the majority of our main wall height that is measured to the underside of the eaves is measured to be 7.41 meters, which is just a variance of 0.21 meters. Now, in review of the streetscape and the natural architecture of this area in Leaside, these front gables are naturally occurring. We want to ensure that this house fits within the natural streetscape and the architecture of this area. If you were to refer to the elevation in the rear, the same instance occurs in how we measure and define the main wall height in the rear. We have these gable ends in the rear that are measured, and the height is measured to that top part as well, you can see. In the rear, we have a variance of 8.57 meters. But again, with the rest of the eaves height being at 7.41 meters, we do believe that the massing associated with the front and the rear complies with the Ontario Planning Act, which is why I would assume that the planning department has no issues and meets the needs of the neighborhood. In addition, I do understand that we have obtained letters of support from the neighbors directly across the street as well, who have made it known that they have no issues with the application. And I do believe that if there's anyone in the neighborhood who has any concerns regarding main wall height, especially in the front elevation, it would be those directly across the street. I do believe that the rest of our variances, are quite minor in nature. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Okay, a question for you. You gave some examples with respect to the front main wall heights. Now,
yes,
I just, because, we're dealing with Leaside, right? And, the integration of that integral garage with the two additional levels above it, it can be challenging in this neighborhood because, the main wall heights are, they're pretty modest, right? In Leaside, you're dealing with an older neighborhood. And that typology in particular is not one that we see often. Do you have any other examples of similar properties?
Yes.
Some of the ones you gave actually.
I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Because it's come up before in Leaside, right?
Yeah, they don't like it, but it is a developing architecture within not just Leaside, but I find Toronto in general. If you draw your attention, I'm not sure if you have Google Maps or if any way to look at existing streetscape, but 118 AIRDRIE Road and 143 AIRDRIE Road have very similar massing, where they have the internal garage with the main wall height, the dormers in the front, and a staggered 3-story appearance. These are on AIRDRIE Road and in Leaside. So that would be 118 and 143.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, 143 is probably the better example. I think you might
I would
agree.
say so, yeah. I mean, 118 is nice. I would say much more aggressive for the area.
Sometimes precedent can actually work against because it gives us as adjudicators the opportunity to see something as built and see how it kind of works in the landscape, and we kind of sometimes we scratch our head and say, what's going on here. But I think the other examples it's a good example because it attempts to mitigate the impact of that front main wall by bringing down that side gable right on either side of the window. And I think in your submission you've you've taken a similar approach, if I understand correctly.
That's correct. I think even our adjacent neighbor has a similar roof line where they have these front projecting gables, right?
Yeah.
They just missed the internal garage.
Okay. Any questions of our applicant? None? I'm the only one with a question? Okay. I think that's good for me. If it's all right with you, I can take this matter into committee for us.
By all means, thank you.
Okay.
It's been a long evening, afternoon.
All right. Thoughts, comments? This typology, I'll just say, this typology in Leaside is very hard. There's not a lot of examples of it. And not to say that it doesn't belong in the neighborhood, but just to say, you know, when you are putting in this integral garage and then stacking your 2 and 3 above it, you just got to be mindful of that main wall height. You know, particularly when it's a double garage, I think the last time we had this typology in Leaside, it was refused 2 weeks ago. It's, you know, it's challenging. Definitely, you know, the applicant's gone in the right direction of bringing this roof down with the gables. I'll be honest, I would have liked to see it come down a little bit more. You know, just given that last comparison that he gave over on AIRDRIE, I think it was 144, 143. The gables come down to about the midpoint. It really helps to just drop that side main wall. I don't have any issue with it going up at the side. You can see actually on that property, the side main wall is actually quite high because they facilitate a side gable. But I think, you know, I think this is supportable. I don't see that perhaps either of you have concern or issue.
I do.
You do?
But
Okay.
for a related but slightly different issue,
Yeah.
my concern, there's no variance associated with it, so it's not an issue. But
Okay.
I don't like the double car garage. I wish it were a single car garage. The example that you're looking at, I believe, in Leaside is a single car garage. And in the
Yeah, there's no variance. That's what, you know, it's funny too, because when I review the application, you know, one of the things I went back to the public notice and I was looking for that integral garage variance, but it is permitted.
Yeah, so.
But there are parts of Leaside, I think, where it hasn't been permitted and we've said no to it. But in this case, it is. Is it the best example in the neighborhood? Probably not, but do I have concerns about fit? I think, you know, also with the examples that the applicant gave, they look a lot like what's being proposed.
I don't think these variances that are before us are excessive, and I don't think they're contributing substantially to the concern you have. I think it's the double integral garage, and that's not before us.
Yeah.
There's no variance.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. Yeah, just looking at my notes from earlier on it. It was mainly with respect to the main walls, but I think I'm prepared to support this. Also note there was an email from staff that they didn't have specific concern with FSI. But I'm also glad to see there's been some modification to the application to help bring it more in line with the 4 tests. It's the reduction of the FSI to 0.77 meters and the removal of 6 and 7 for that lot coverage. So, ready for a motion?
Yes.
All right.
Mr. Chair, I'm ready to make a motion. I think it's a supportable application, so I'd like to make a motion to approve this application as amended. Variance number 4 to be reduced to 0.77 and variance 6 and 7 to be eliminated. Also, urban forestry condition 1 and 2, and a planning staff condition of front and rear elevation. So the proposal to be developed is substantially in compliance with the front and rear elevations.
I should note to planning. What's the date of the most recent
The latest. Yeah, I think we have
20, yes.
that is correct. The revised one dated April 1st, 2020.
Okay, because I did see them asking for variance 4 for the FSI to have a condition imposed there.
They withdrew it, and then
Yeah, no, okay, it's helpful, and yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so,
it is
Mr.
the
Marzieri,
condition,
your,
yes. So the front and rear elevation.
your motion's correct, and. Good?
Yes.
Yeah? Second? Mr. Netfil, all in favor? All right, you've got your approval. All right, moving right along, we are going to move to item number 23, 504 Merton Street. The purpose of this application is to construct a 2-story rear addition and interior alterations to the existing dwelling. Also to remove the existing brick garage in the rear yard. We have 2 variances, one for building depth and one for parking space obstruction. On file material from the applicant, a memo from transportation, a memo from Heritage Planning, and 6 form letters in support. We have our agent with us.
Yes. Hi.
Hi.
My name is Lynn Houston. I'm at 49 Oakcrest Avenue.
Okay.
And I'm the agent for the owner.
All right, very good. Also want to ask, is anybody here in the gallery to speak to this item? No? Okay, staff, and we have 1 speaker online? Okay. All right, Ms. Huston, I'm going to ask for a presentation. We do have a neighbor here to speak as well, so it can provide, we'll get the clock up for you.
That surprised me. Yeah.
You're surprised. Don't read into it.
Yes.
Don't read into it.
No, that's fine.
You know what?
So,
Maybe I'll just
essentially-
explain. We do have a neighbor in opposition, so or a neighbor to speak. So when we do have others that are here to speak to the file, I think it's advisable not to take your 5 minutes and explain your application.
Oh, yes.
All right.
Oh, shall I begin? Okay. The basics of this application is that we want to provide a 3-generation household, maximizing the interaction of the house with the backyard, and to preserve the existing 130-year-old house. So those are the basics of the design. So that necessitated putting the parking space at the side of the house. So we've adjusted that parking space a little bit in communication with the adjacent neighbor on that side. And in order for this to work, we need that length variance to have room for a car space between the existing building at the front and the addition at the back. So the 2 variances are related to each other.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I'm not sure if there's that much more to say.
No, it doesn't. You don't have to use the 5 minutes. I just had a question. I noticed that Heritage provided a staff report. Did that come at your request? I'm just wondering, did somebody nominate the property to be listed or designated? They've done a whole review on it.
But it was not requested by myself to my knowledge, and I don't know who requested it.
Okay.
But it does note that they have no concerns.
Okay. Yeah. Very good. All right. Well, you know what? Let's hear from our neighbor, and then I'm going to come back to you. Staff, we have a Miss Colber online.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello? Hi.
Hi, we can hear you.
Sorry, my name's Tamara Colber.
Yep.
I'm from 506 Merton. I didn't realize that by registering it meant I wanted to speak. I was just here to make sure there were no surprises or anything that we might not be aware of that came up in the meeting.
No, fair enough.
They've been really thoughtful dealing with us, so yeah.
Awesome. And I'm looking at the site plan and your address. I presume you've had discussions with the plan to have that parking space kind of fall midpoint in the side yard?
Yeah, I've actually lived in the house. Yeah, I've lived in the house for 22 years. And the former neighbors always parked a car there.
Yep.
The new purchasers have come by and they actually made an adjustment. They moved the family room in by 2 feet, or I guess north. They were going to come out 4 feet and just would not have worked. He's parked his car. He's pulled in and out. It's a tiny, so I guess it works. So.
Yeah, brilliant. Okay. Any questions?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, because we did look at buying the house at one point. We were told by someone in Heritage, we did not request any review, but we were told by someone in the city that the home is protected. So I guess I'm curious what that status is.
Yeah, I'm curious.
Do they have to maintain any of the house, or?
If the home is protected under the Ontario Heritage Act, yes, it would carry certain obligations of the homeowner under the Ontario Heritage Act, but that's if it's listed. Heritage Planning has provided a report. I don't know if you've had a chance to look at it, but they've essentially stated that they have reviewed the property, and at this time they don't feel that it warrants designation or pursuing designation.
Okay, so that means it could, in theory, tear it down, or?
If it's not protected, yes.
Okay, all right.
But good to see that they're
Thank you.
working with the existing building. I wouldn't normally
Yeah,
answer
we're
these
thrilled.
questions, but I do have a background in heritage planning, so I can provide a little bit of assistance in explaining how the Ontario Heritage.
No, I know they're keen to preserve. They're keen to preserve the look of the house, which we're thrilled about because it's nice to maintain some character in the neighborhood.
Yeah, no, absolutely. All right, let's go back.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for calling in. Let's go back to our agent.
Okay, I'm here.
Hi. I don't presume you have any comment in response. It seems like the neighbor, glad to see that you've worked with the neighbor to address some of their concerns. If there's anything else you'd like to add, it is your time to do so.
Well, what I can add is, yes, this house is changing property. The new owners, changing ownership. The new owners have lived about 6 houses away for the last 12 years and specifically bought this house so that they could preserve it. They love it too. And they're going to do what they can to preserve the house.
All right. Always good to see. Okay, so thank you. Let's take this into committee. Oh, just a question before we do that.
I don't have any difficulty with variance number 1, but I don't understand what it is number 2 is asking us to do. Because there's an added clarification note from the owner about increasing the size of the parking space. But it doesn't seem that that has any way in the variance. It's interesting that they've increased the length to 5.6 meters and the width to 2.6 meters. But what is variance number 2? What?
Would it be possible to go to the floor plan?
Because I'm not clear what it is we're saying with variance number 2, other than it's obstructed and it's okay, or I don't know. And I've been through the floor plans. I just don't understand what we're trying to approve with variance two.
Are you speaking to the difference between our original?
Well, I'm
or
speaking to variance number two, as in the public notice, to me gives a lot of information about the parking space obstructed and da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. So what is the variance to approve the parking as shown on your site plan? But then you sent in further information that you'd increase the size of the parking space, but that doesn't seem to in any way reflect on the wording of variance number two. So I just want to make sure that should this get approved, that we word variance number two correctly.
Yeah, the confusion comes from the fact that we had a little difficulty getting the zoning notice. And when it came in, it was incorrect. So, but it took 3 months to get the zoning notice. So we submitted for committee, and then we went back to that variance and discussed it with the neighbor and made that change. So to increase it. So the addition, the dimension here that is 14'6" was 16'6".
But it
So
doesn't get reflected in the variance, does it?
I'm sorry, it's breaking up a little bit. I'm having trouble
Oh,
hearing.
sorry, the revised and increased dimensions don't get reflected in the variance.
The
If
previous
the variance, for instance, if the variance said the parking space is such and such by such and such dimensions, and that's undersized, and you said, okay, we've increased it, we would reflect those dimensions in the variance. I'm not sure how to word variance number two.
If I read it correctly.
Our parking spot.
Sorry, let the agent speak.
Sorry. We're looking for a parking spot that is the required size. So that's not a variance, but a required size parking spot has certain clearances required around that spot, in front and beside, and if the unobstructed areas around the parking spot. So those are the specifics on variance number two, that how we are obstructed and how much and in what way. I will suggest that because the site is very long, so the site plan had to be quite small scale.
Yeah.
So dimensions showing exactly what's going on with that parking spot are on the floor plan, the ground floor plan. So going to the ground floor plan may help clarify. I'd actually included some graphic diagrams, but they didn't get uploaded to the committee's paperwork.
Fair enough.
Does that make sense?
I don't have any difficulty with what the lady's trying to do. I'm just not sure how to word. I don't either.
They have a parking space, but in addition to providing that parking space, they have to have a buffer zone around it, so that if you drive into the spot, great, your car fits. But now the question is, the city wants to make sure you can open the door, get out.
Yeah, so if we can go to the revised
They may
plans.
have restrictions on the integrated garage where your passenger has to get out before you pull in.
Unfortunately, I'm sorry, this is not the revised set.
So
we could go to.
I understand they're working with sort of very limited kind of space.
Oh, I
They're taking
appreciate
existing
that,
driveway and they're doing a
but
bump in to facilitate that spot.
I don't understand variance number two. And I don't
the
have any
design and site plan. I just don't understand the variance. It's just,
No, I don't either.
Well, the transportation
problem.
report helps a little bit because they explain a little bit about, in terms of the obstruction, right? And they kind of go through the list of obstructions. It could be more clear.
Here, let me pull up my copy. So at the side of a parking spot, we have the required width, but at the side of a parking space, it needs to be unobstructed according to the bylaws.
Yeah.
Within 1 meter. We have within 0.3 meters to the side of a parking spot, we need extra space. Beyond the legal parking spot, we need 0.3 meters either side. And then at front and back, bylaw is that you need 1 meter at the front and the back of a parking spot. And if it is the spot that you drive directly into and then drive directly out of. So we have some obstructions for some of that distance.
So if a decision was to approve the parking space as shown on A3, you're saying that it would include some obstructions. That's what's before
Yes.
us.
Yeah, the existing, at the front, the existing house is in front of part of that.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah, and and at the back of the parking lot, we are closer than the bylaw.
I don't want to belabor it, but that bylaw is really
Yeah.
weird.
It's a very complicated bylaw that not many
Very
people
weird. Yeah.
refer to.
Any other questions? All right. Okay, it looks like we can take this matter into committee. All right, thank you, Ms. Huston. Okay, let's take this into committee. I come across this all the time in Cabbagetown because we have a ton of these bay and gables and a few of them have that very narrow drive. And when you want to put a rear addition on, you obviously want to maximize that width. So you're cutting off the access to the backyard. So what's the alternative? You either get rid of the parking or you park in the drive. It's almost impossible in this case because the distance between the side main wall and the lot line is just not enough to facilitate opening a door. So what they've done is they've notched the building in to make this work, but they're running into, it's tight, right? So, you know, I then go to the transportation memo and I see what transportation says. They don't have any objection. So, you know, I don't want to penalize anybody for trying to make, you know, an existing situation. They're trying to work with a lot of the existing.
I completely agree. I'm just, like my colleague, I'm questioning what variance 2 means. And so I don't have any difficulty. I would be inclined to move approval of the application, subject to the transportation conditions, and to develop variance number 2 is to be developed substantially in accordance with the site plan drawing A3. I don't have a difficulty what's being proposed. It's tight, yes, but it's an urban site, and they don't have a lot of options. So I don't have a difficulty what they're doing. I just find the wording of the second variance really odd.
Yeah. And I'm just curious, tying the variance to the site plans they can't really do anything. Like, they've got one option.
They don't have a lot of options, yeah.
No.
They go, yeah.
I realize this is
I was tying it to A3, which
Yeah?
is the site plan.
Okay.
I second.
Second by Mr. Martieri. All right, all in favor? All right, that's approved.
2, in transportation conditions.
Yeah, substantially in accordance with, in case they need to
Yeah,
adjust.
I hope that's what she needed.
All right. Okay, moving along, item number 24, 30 SILVERGROVE Road. The purpose of the application is to construct a new dwelling, variances for setback for a rear platform, front stair width, platform area, and main wall height, on file material from the applicant, and a report from community planning. Our agent with us.
Well, good evening. My name is Daniel Vinciani, and I'm the agent for the owner.
All right. Just give us a moment. Sir, could ask for a very brief presentation, just to, perhaps you can just give us a little bit of more information regarding the platform at the second story, and if there's any concern of sight lines or overlook to adjacent properties?
Yes, of course. Sorry, I'm having difficulty hearing you a little bit, but I will, from what I heard, I will give you a brief presentation. So yeah, we are proposing to construct a two-story detached house. This part of SILVERGROVE Road does slope quite a bit, and in our case, we have a difference in grade height of about 1.74 meters from the garage door to the rear wall of the house. And we are asking for a slight increase of wall height of 21 centimeters. I would also like to point out that the existing driveway as it stands has a negative slope pointing towards the house, and we're trying to mitigate this by proposing a driveway that has a positive slope towards the street, as it should be. Regarding variance number 3, I have provided a supporting decision from the property 2 doors down, number 34, which is to be in similar size. And we are providing privacy screening on both sides of the property. The rear yard of the property does face Highway 401, so I don't think there's much of a overlook condition. And it's important to point out that we are in compliance with almost a lot of stuff from the zoning bylaws, such as the soft landscaping coverage, side yards, building length, building depth, and I find that the variances presented to you are reasonable and minor in nature.
All right, thank you. Questions? All right. And we don't have any speakers online, nobody here for this item. All right, let's take this into committee. Just very briefly, just to help move things along. I'm generally in support of the application. I did have a little bit of concern with just the size of that second story and the canopy. The difficulty is, and normally in a typical situation, I wouldn't be supportive of it. It is a little more difficult because they are backing on to the 401, so we don't have to worry about the rear adjacency. My only concern is with respect to the immediate neighbor at number 32. That said, I do acknowledge that the rear main wall of the subject address at number 30 is set back further than 32, just by nature of the street kind of curving forward, so it helps to mitigate that impact there. Other than that, I think no concerns with any of the other variances. And planning also flagged the same thing. I think they would be happy with the privacy screens on either side. I don't know how you guys feel about it. I think if the property was in line or further back, it would be different, but the fact that the rear main wall's set back probably about 1 meter, 2 meters, I think we're okay.
I do as well, and I think what planning's doing is not so much suggesting it as trying to tie down what we have before us.
Yeah.
If you look at the elevations that they've called up, and I'm sorry, I'm losing my voice. Tell me if you can't hear me.
Yep.
The privacy screens are proposed by the applicant.
They are, yeah.
And so planning is just calling them out to provide the privacy screens as shown on the east and west elevations. And they're 5 feet high, and I think that's reasonable.
Yep. Do we need to include a condition that the covered terraces shall remain open? I sometimes we do that. I don't know that. It's usually Ms. Casson that
Yeah.
substantially, okay.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
they're open on the elevation.
Okay, yeah, I'd be supportive of that. Maybe a motion? Sorry, not to jump.
Sure. I'd like to
If there's
move-
any other concerns on any of the variances, please don't hold back.
Want a motion?
I make a
Yeah,
motion?
okay.
Yes, I put forward a motion to approve this application, and as also with the inclusion of planning staff comment tied to east and west elevation for the privacy screen on second floor balcony.
Second.
All right, motion, seconded by Mr. Nitfeld, all in favor? That's unanimous. That application is approved.
Thank you very much for your time and your patience.
Of course. Item number 25, 108 Glenforest Road. The purpose of the application is to construct a new two-story detached dwelling. Variances for front platform height, building depth, main pedestrian entrance height, west side yard setback, and FSI. On file, material from the applicant and a report from community planning. Okay, do we have Mr. Laszlo?
Yes, good evening. I'm Drew Laszlo, agent for the owner. My address is 193 Rowe Avenue, Toronto.
Thank you. Sir, I perhaps. Okay, thank you. I also I have a note here about some trees.
Through you, Mr. Chair, this was the one with revised forestry comments.
Okay, thank you.
That we can bring up if.
Yeah, that would be helpful. Okay, Mr. Lazo, and I should note we have another speaker here for this item, so I'm going to ask for a presentation from you.
Of course. Okay, today the proposals for a new dwelling. We have 5 variances, pretty straightforward. I'll just briefly go through them. First one just has to do with the height of the front porch. We're 6 inches higher than what the bylaw permits, so pretty minor there. Variance number 2 has to do with the building depth. We're asking for 20.3 meters. The permitted is 17 meters. The only reason we need that variance is because we are excavating under the rear deck. Pretty typical for the area. Variance number 3 has to do with the height of the entry level. We are 1 foot higher than what the bylaw permits. And the reason we're asking for that is just to reduce the amount of stairs on the inside of the house and just to add them on the outside. So as a result, we just want to kind of raise the entry area up by 1 foot. Variance number 4 has to do with the west side setback, pretty minor again. We're supposed to be 0.9 meters. We're asking for 0.75. So we're just 6 inches closer to the side property line than what the bylaw permits. The FSI, bit deceiving here. So we're allowed 60%. We're asking for 1.06 or 106%. The reason for that is the basement is being included in that calculation. The above grade 2 floors really just equate to 73%, which is totally acceptable for the area. And that's kind of stated in the staff report that's on file. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Laszlo. Questions?
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Nitfeld.
Have you seen the recommendation from planning and do you agree with it? Because they're recommending that the floor space index, excluding the first floor portion below the established grade level, should be 0.73.
Yes, that's actually the house as designed. That's what it is. The 2 stories above grade are at 73%.
Okay, so you're
and
okay
they
with-
want to hold us to that.
So you're okay with that recommendation?
Oh, yes, of course.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
All right, other questions? All right, thank you, Mr. Laszlo. We have another speaker. Thank you again for all of your patience this evening.
Hi, I'm Krista McComb, 104 Glenforest Road.
Okay.
And I'm the owner of the home that immediately to the west,
Yes.
the neighbor. And I own my beautiful tree that has been identified in the 2 reports, urban forestry report, number 2, and in the arborist report, number 13.
That was the tree I was asking about.
Okay. And so those trees, that tree, by the way, they had the species wrong in both reports, by the way. It's just it's a maple. I don't know if that makes a difference in terms of being injured and then being able to survive that. It is an absolutely beautiful tree. The canopy does extend now to my home and the existing home that's at 108 Glenforest. So it is a giant tree on the slope. There is a picture on picture number 8 in the Davy Tree Arborist report. And you can see that it's a very large trunk and it's a split trunk. So every year, because I love the trees, the reason I bought this property is because of the trees in the backyard. When I walked in, I was like, oh, wow, this is amazing, love it. So that's why I bought the property, and that was over like 20 years ago. And I've been maintaining those trees, getting arborists to check them every year and doing the necessary work. I have cables in that giant tree number 13. Because of the split trunk, we've been putting cables in to support it. And in that, if you see the picture number 8, you can, it's kind of hard to see. It's a tree in the back, closer to the garage. You can see how the split is there. So I am worried on that slope. It's in, the tree's in good condition, and that is absolutely paramount to me to maintain that tree. And so I was worried about the new build, which I know is going to happen. Of course it makes sense they're going to do a new build, so I understand that. But when I was worried about it extending, but then I was much more worried when I realized there's a basement under the deck, which be coming out to close to where that garage is, on just next door. So that's like within the tree protection zone. And so the construction happening there. I understand that they say they could be very careful and have an arborist, supervise, but that is, of course, a big concern to me. So I wanted to just point that out. Other concerns, of course, I guess general concerns, and I think these are probably typical, the loss of some light with the extension of the house and some privacy. But I think that's kind of standard in the neighborhood with the new build, so I'm not really expecting, that to change. I can understand. It's just the way it is. But one question I have, because I don't quite understand the variance about the side yard setback on the west side, because it appears to me that on the sketch that I'm looking at, that the proposed new dwelling is a little bit further away from me. So it just might be because of new zone requirements or new requirements compared to the existing dwelling, which is built in the 1920s. So I don't know. I just want confirmation. Is the new building getting closer to me, or is it just not within the, there would be a variance to where it's actually going? So I have a question about that. Because in my opinion, I have my driveway going back. There is no space for it to come closer. It's like right there.
Yeah, no, it's a very good question. I could answer it, but I'd prefer to let Mr. Laszlo answer.
Sure.
And I might interject.
All right.
Yeah. And there's quite a bit of a slope at the rear as well.
There is. And so that's another thing. I don't know if that, compromises the tree's stability and health. And so I'm worried, not only because I want that tree forever while I'm living there, but I'm also concerned about, safety. If my kids are in the backyard, is there anything that could possibly topple over? The last thing we need is a falling tree. So, I'm not an arborist, so I can't.
Is the tree that you're referring to the one that's shown? Well, maybe you could show me on Mr. Laszlo's site plan. There's a number of trees. I'm guessing which one it is. Is it the very large one?
It's
behind and beside the
right
deck?
next to the garage.
Okay, that one.
I think
okay, there's two of them.
She'll confirm.
Yeah, there's
Maybe you
a
could tell
few,
us
but the
which
one that's really large trunk is will be close to. It's right there by the garage. That garage was built before I owned the home, so that was prior to, I think, when the tree was much younger and was able to sustain any kind of development or recover from it. But that was, yeah, so that garage was there before I've owned the house for just over 20 years, and that garage was there before. So it's been there a long, long time. So the new build getting really close to that, and like that is, because I was actually just worried to begin with about a bill just coming back because of the fact that the canopy comes all the way to the existing dwelling right now. So it's already, I know the roots are already in there. But then when I realized that it's underneath the deck, to me that seems like it's a really sensitive type of construction. And I understand them wanting to have a walkout. It sounds lovely. I would love them to be able to build this just, I don't want, not at the expense of my tree.
Fair enough. Have you been following some of the comments that came out of our forestry department?
No.
Okay, so initially they filed a report, a memo, with concern, the same concern that you shared about the tree. And then I'm going to ask staff as well to pull up. We did receive a memo yesterday, actually. It came in very late. And I just want to give you the opportunity just to take a quick look at it. The report essentially says they share the same concern with the tree that you've brought up, and that they are satisfied that the tree can be protected regardless of approval of the variance.
It's a memo.
It's a memo, yeah.
And does it matter if it's a maple? Because they've mislabeled this 2 times. Like, even in the arborist report had it wrong. So, like,
it's a good question.
Like,
I couldn't answer that for you.
Yeah.
Our forestry guys, all they do is look out for trees.
Yeah.
That's their only mandate. And you've been listening today, a single tree can completely just throw a application all the way back to the beginning stage because you don't put a driveway in the right place, right? And then you got to redesign the entire building because you're trying to work around the tree. So, that said, they are, I do, when they write a report about a tree and they withdraw their concern, it's for a reason. They're not just because they don't want to deal with it.
I would question whether there is any difference in their assumption that that's a red oak in this, how strong those roots are and how it can withstand such injury that, they've already said the action is injury to this tree versus the maple. I don't know.
I'm going to pose the same question to Mr. Laszlo. I'm curious, not just with the building itself, with the structure itself, but also the potential need for a slight over excavation in order to construct it with backfill. Now that said, a lot of time when these get to the building permit stage, they will do exploration. They'll dig a hole, see if they find any root structure there, and hopefully, a good builder, a good architect, a good neighbor, will amend accordingly. But I don't want to speak too much. I want to give Mr. Laszlo an opportunity to address some of the concerns that you've brought forward. So, if I understand correctly, mainly the tree is your concern, and then some clarification over that side yard setback.
Yeah, and I told the new owner that back in November, that is my number one.
No,
to protect that tree.
It's very reasonable.
And the other, it was just my question about the west, where the dwelling will actually be located compared to where the existing one is right now, because
yes, with respect to
doesn't make sense to me that it could be any closer. I think it has to be further. It's just, anyway, I'll let Mr. Laszlo respond.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
No.
Okay. All right, you can sit down. Okay, let's take it back to Mr. Laszlo. 2 concerns brought up, some clarification on that side yard setback and the tree.
Thank you very much. Okay, so with regards to the west side yard setback, the new house or the proposed house will actually be about 18 inches or 1.5 feet further away from the property line than where the existing house is.
An improvement.
So we are definitely, we're definitely bettering the situation. If I can put it that way. Now, with regards to the tree, we have, again, we have brought on board Davey, as an arborist, which are very reputable and well-known. And we will work with forestry to do whatever we can to save this tree. The intent was never to remove the tree, never to damage the tree. If we have to reduce the amount of excavation under that rear deck in order to maintain the root system of that tree, we will do so, and we have no problem doing that. So we've always known that that tree is going to play a big role in kind of the final design of what we end up excavating and what we, end up doing for the rear of the house. So we will work closely with the arborist, with the city. We will do all root exploration, whatever it takes to keep that tree in good shape, period.
Mr. Lazo, okay, a little unorthodox, but given,
So maybe it's for.
I have to go back to Mr. Lazo, but
Okay.
very briefly, because
Okay, very brief.
I'm
Just
breaking the
regarding-
rules for you.
Sure. Now that I understand the side yard setback.
Yes?
My question is, because eventually, when I do sell this home, I care about the resale value, and the next owner is likely going to want to do a similar build to what's happening right now. So if you approve the variance to go to 0.75, does that impact the next owner who may want to build in a similar way and them getting a similar type of approval? Or is it then just deemed, oh, no, you got it, so there's no way you can get it? I'm just trying to be fair.
Not necessarily.
Yeah.
Not
Okay.
necessarily. I mean, immediate neighbors have the most consideration because, you're susceptible to the most impact being directly next door. That said, every single lot carries with it a different context. And, we look at everything in terms of, how does that setback, how does that window, how does that affect the adjacent neighbor? And every lot, it carries its own little different kind of quirks about it, right? In your case, you've got a garage set a little bit further back on the property. Other properties might not have that. They might have an open space, right? So it really depends on context. But if I understand correctly, is your question kind of around the fact that if they get a certain side yard setback variance, will then you be able to?
Well, I was thinking the next, in terms of being when it comes time for me to sell my home, then will it be attractive to someone who wants to build something similar, or they're like, oh, I just want it to be, of course, I care about the resale value and will want, that. So I'm just, would there be concern? Oh, that one came too close, and so it's not as desirable for me to build what I want because of that home being too close. That's all I'm saying.
Average people, they're lay persons. Like they don't, most people don't know where the property line is or the right of way starts. I mean, typically they'll look and see what type of house is built next door, and generally, they may come to the consensus that if that can be built next door across the street, then something similar can be built. But getting down to the specifics of certain setbacks, because one neighbor has it, then the immediate neighbor will therefore be able to do the exact same thing the opposite. That's hard. In fact, I think that's sloppy. As an architect, just to say as a default, copy everything else around you. You really have to take context into consideration. So it's a harder question to answer.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. I'm just going to quickly go back to Mr. Laszlo. I apologize. I did permit the neighbor to speak twice. I do want to go back to you and provide you the last word if there's anything else you'd like to add in this case.
No, not so much. Just regarding that, very quickly, regarding that west side yard setback, the reality is in this part of town, in this part of the city, you're actually permitted to reduce a side yard setback down to 1'6". That's 0.45 meters. You're allowed to reduce it down if there are no openings on that side.
Yeah.
So the only reason we actually need this variance at 0.75 meters is because we have openings on that side, window openings. So that's why we actually needed a variance, and it kind of reverted back to the required setback being 0.3 meters.
Okay, very
It
good.
was like 0.9 meters, I should say. I don't want to confuse anybody, but it just has to do like with the fact that we have openings. Otherwise, we would have been allowed to be at 18 inches as of right.
Yes, fair enough.
Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. All right, if there's no, yes, Mr. Nipfel.
One question, Mr. Laszlo, are you changing variance number 5 to 0.73? If that's what planning had recommended, you indicated you agreed. So do we say that that was a proposal you made?
No, it has to stay at one. I'd like to keep the FSI at 1.06 because the basement is being included. Staff and the examiner are considering the basement to actually be the first floor. So in the condition, the staff condition, it actually kind of says they want to keep the 7.3 or the 0.73, yeah, excluding the first floor, which is really the basement.
All right, so, okay.
We
thank
can
you.
also tie, if you're concerned, we can tie,
I'm sorry, we just include the condition of planning. So the FSI above grade is 0.73.
yeah, maybe let's just check with Mr. Laszlo if that may or may not pose any issue.
That would
He's
be
okay with
perfect.
that. Yeah, it's pretty standard.
Yes, thank you.
No, no. It would just be a condition of variance 5. Can we pull up?
Yeah, let's ask Mr. Lajo, but
I'm just
yeah,
going to
we
pull up
had
their
this before,
recommendation.
and planning usually wants to clarify that the FSI above grade, including first and second floor, is not what the applicant is seeking. Is
What I'm suggesting, what I'm saying, they're proposing 0.73, excluding the first floor portion of the grade.
Which is the basement.
just a base.
Yeah, so does that mean that variance 5 that we have before us, are we altering variance 5? We can't leave that variance there.
No, sorry, just to clarify, it's in addition. So variance number 5 would permit FSI of 1.06 as per the bylaw. But in addition to that, what community planning is saying, of that 1.06, only 0.73 shall be permitted on the those other 2 stories that exclude the basement. Does that?
I'm
Yeah.
just trying to figure out how to word it, it's getting late, so.
Okay.
I wouldn't alter the. No, I wouldn't.
No.
So if you say, I realize you're not telling us what to do, but if you say approving the planning department condition, do you have to say anything else about variance number 6?
That's totally up to you. It's likely not needed, but if you're going to tie it to a number and a condition, I would recommend sticking to the wording as is in the staff report. You're free to do whatever you want, whether you want to accept it, modify it, or not put it on at all. But I wouldn't start because we're dealing with different levels of a house here, and you don't want to inadvertently cap the applicant.
No, I don't want to do that either, but are we saying we want to vary variance 5 as per the planning department recommendation, not changing the wording?
I don't think that's the intention of the recommendation.
There's to clarify.
Well, there is a condition there, and it's up to you whether you want to put it on.
I'm fine with the condition, I'm not sure how to get it in there.
Just
Well, the wording is there. The wording is there in the staff report. It's under number 1.
I'll take you through it after.
So I don't think if you're okay with that, I don't think there's a need to change the wording. Right? If you want to see it, we can put it up. It's this, okay.
Let me try this then. My view is that this should be approved. So I'm recommending that the application be approved, subject to the planning department condition relative to variance number 5. And what I'm not clear is, although forestry withdrew their concerns about the depth variance, did they also withdraw conditions 1 and 2? Because it's in their memo.
No, I think they'd still need 1 and 2. And if they
Okay.
don't, they can clear it.
Okay, so then conditions 1 and 2 as well.
Yeah.
They had a defer or 1 and 2.
To be absolutely clear, you know what you're, so forestry submitted 2 amendments.
Yeah.
We can put them, so before Fresana takes that off, there is the staff report recommendation that you said you have, okay?
Yep.
So we'll leave that. We'll put the 2 forestry ones. Is that the revised one? Okay, can you put up the matrix, the revised matrix?
Did it come off the matrix? Down, 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 yeah. Well, there you go.
So there is the revised forestry condition.
So they still need 1 and 2. Okay. So forestry condition 1 and 2.
All right, second by Mr. Marciari. Staff, just to confirm, we did get the full motion?
It's, you're approving it, including the planning recommendation, plus forestry conditions 1 and 2. Thank you.
All right, second by Mr. Marciari. All in favor? Okay, that is unanimous. That application is approved. Okay. We push through right to the end, right? We're okay? Yes? Let's do it. All right. Item number 26, 2788 Bathurst Street. The purpose of this application is to construct a canopy over the outdoor patio space associated with the retail unit that is located at the rear of the mixed-use building. We have 2 variances for canopy height and the other for patio canopy setback from a west lot line. On file material from the applicant, as well as a memo from Parks and Recreation. We have our applicant with us.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, name and address, please.
Yes, so my name is Naomi Maris, and my address is Brookfield Place, 181 Bay Street, Suite 1800, Toronto. I'm here on behalf of my client, Lanterra Bathurst Glencairn Realty, Inc., the owner of the property.
Great. You are aware of the memo from Parks and Rec?
Yes, my client actually spoke with the individual Parks and Rec or I believe it was Urban Forestry who issued the comments, and they confirmed that it was simply advisory in nature.
Okay.
And my client has every intention of complying with the OBC setbacks.
All right. I'll ask my colleagues whether they need a full presentation. No? All right. I've reviewed the file. I know you've been waiting long. I don't require a presentation. If it's all right with you, I can take this into committee for a decision.
That's fine. If
Okay.
no one has any questions. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Let's take this into committee. Yes. Mr. Nitfill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is a very straightforward application, and the covering makes ultimate good sense.
Yeah.
I would recommend approval of the application, move approval of the application, subject to the Parks and Recreation advisory comments.
Oh. Well, they're just...
They just said advisory and what they were saying.
Yeah, let's just pull those up.
And the applicant indicated that she'd been told they were only advisory as well.
It's in the late package.
Yeah.
It's sort of a requirement already. You apply for a building permit, you have to comply with the building code.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's. No.
No,
Requirement that the applicant should go through anyhow for building permit, so I would just approve it.
I wouldn't put it in as advisory. Okay, I'm fine with that.
No.
We don't need it.
No,
I
I know
we're
what
looking
it's-
at.
We are looking at
We all know what it's.
It's in the late package, right?
Yeah, yeah.
March 28th, 2025.
Okay, I'd amend my motion then to just have approval without conditions. That's fine.
Okay. Second by Mr. Marciari. No, without condition. All right, all in favor? Okay, that's approved without condition.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for your patience. Okay, moving right along. You are the last item of the day, sir?
I can wait for one more.
Okay. We're making good pace. Okay, item 27, 45 VIAMEDE Crescent. This application is to construct a new dwelling with a rear deck, variances for side main wall height, main pedestrian entrance height, lot coverage, east side yard setback, west side yard setback, stair width, front yard soft landscaping, and rear deck projection. On file material from the applicant, staff report from community planning, and a memo from urban forestry. We have our agent with us.
Committee panel. My name is Nushin Mazafari from Hyphen Studio, representing my client at 45 VIAMEDE.
Okay, thank you. Is there any modifications for this application?
Yes, Mr. Chair. There are some improvements that I go through one by one. Variance number 3, the lot coverage is reduced to 32.5%.
Okay.
Variance number 5, the west side yard setback is improved to 1.37 meter.
Mm-hmm.
Variance number 7 is eliminated.
All right.
And variance number 8 is reduced to 3.66 meter.
All right. I should ask, with respect to the west and east side yards, any issue if we approve that to tie that to the site plan substantially in accordance with?
Absolutely not. That's why the planner of the case is asking the site plan to be tied to the committee's decision, because as you, if you look at the site plan, On the east side, we are proposing 1.5 meter, 1.52 meter at the front of the building, but at the rear, it's increased to 3.5 meter almost at the rear of the building. We have almost double of the required side setback at the rear. And also on the west side, the side yard setback only for the 1/3 of front portion is 1.37 meter, and the rest meets the requirement of the bylaw and even is more at the rear. That's why the planning wants the site plan to be tight, so we cannot continue the same site setback that we have at the front for the whole building length.
Okay, very well. I should ask, has there been any discussion about privacy screening with either planning or the immediate neighbors?
No, I don't think anyone has any concern with the rear deck. The projection of the deck is more than allowed, but the height of the deck is just slightly above permitted. The permitted height of the deck is 1.2 meter from the ground, and we have 1.55. So it's almost a foot higher, and considering the side setback of the deck, which is even more than allowed, the required is 1.8 meter, and we almost have 1.9 meter at the rear. So the deck is a bit higher but has more setback, and no one raised any concern regarding the privacy issues and overlooking. But if the committee decides that is required to have a privacy screen on the west side of the deck, we are absolutely okay with that.
Okay. Questions? Having deja vu. I don't know if it's late again or the little balcony. Yeah. So I might ask this question regarding the second floor balcony. I know it is pulled back, but actually we're in a different. I don't see that variance for platforms, number of platforms.
Mr. Chair, I just want you to take a look at the time. We're going to lose our connection in 20 minutes.
Okay, we'll be good to wrap up. Thank you for that.
The second floor balcony is, as of right, it's less than 4 square meter. And here, I think you remember my other case in the morning. This is totally different in that case, since the rear deck at the main level was considered to be at the second story. Then the small balcony for the master bedroom was a variance itself, but this one, the rear deck is at the first floor, and it's not considered as a balcony. This is a 2-story application. It's not 3-story, and we don't have any variance for the balcony on the second floor, not for the area, not for the number of balconies located at the rear wall.
Fair enough.
So
fair enough.
Everything is in compliance.
Okay. I'm going to give the same note that I gave earlier. You really do yourself a disservice by cutting off your drawings, both elevation and floor plan. I mean, I can get enough from the site plan, but I really would just be careful of that, especially if you're coming to us for variances for structures. If the structure's cut off on the plan, it really kind of limits your ability to describe to us what you're proposing. So I just
I note
put
your
that out there as a
comments,
friendly,
Mr. Chair. For future applications, we try to use a smaller scale for the drawings to make sure that all of the front porch and the rear deck are visible on the floor plans.
please, yes, or a separate drawing just to show that structure if it's cut off. I want to make sure you guys don't fall short for silly things like that.
Sure.
Okay, I don't have any other questions. My colleagues, any questions on this? No?
I have one very quick one.
Of course, yes.
The second floor balcony, I think it needs one of two conditions. One would be that it be developed in accordance with the drawing A03, which indicates its size because it's only a portion of that roof area, or alternatively, that the screening or the railing that you have goes around the 4 square meter balcony rather than that entire roof. It's very difficult to control not using that entire roof as a balcony the way it's designed.
Yes, I understand. I think that's where the city's inspector should make sure that the built situation is as per building permit drawings. But I'm totally okay if you want to put a condition to have the second floor's balcony, the railing around the second floor balcony, just around the 4 square meter limited accessible area.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Any other questions? All right. Thank you. Looks like we can head into committee for decision now. Okay, let's go into committee. Mr. Margiari. Mr. Nipfel, did you want?
Okay, all right, so,
moving.
thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I'm comfortable to make a motion to approve this application as amended. Variance number 3 to be 32.5, variance number 5 to be 1.37, eliminate variance number 7, and variance number 8 to be 3.66, and also with the condition that the proposal developed in substantially with east and west elevation, and also I would tie it to the second floor. I would tie the balcony square footage on the second floor to the second floor drawing, which is. Can you help me with the number of? Yes, A01-03. And do we have urban forestry condition 2?
Yes.
Forestry 1, 2.
Is it 1? Sorry. Yes, forestry 1.
Yes, forestry condition 1.
Okay, do I have a second? Second by Mr. Nipfel, all in favor? That's unanimous. You have your approval.
Thank you so much. Have a good night.
All right. Last item of the day. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, we are on item number 29, 55 Research Road. Purpose of the application is a proposal to permit the existing industrial building at 55 Research Road. No changes are proposed to the existing building. Due to the proposed technical severance, the application is to permit a reduced east side yard setback that is created as a result of the reestablished lot line between 55 Research Road and 176 Wickseed Avenue, -57 Research Road. One variance related to the purpose of the application, that is east side yard setback, on file material from the applicant, report from community planning and Metrolinx, and that is what I have in the file. Your name and address, sir?
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chair, Committee. David Eagleman, Associate at Design Plan Services, Inc., 87 Skyway Avenue, Suite 200. And if I may be very brief, it's very straightforward.
Yep.
Probably the most straightforward application of the day. This is, as you mentioned, related to a technical severance to reestablish a previously existing lot line between the subject property at 55 Research Road and the adjacent property at 176 Wicksteed Avenue / 57 Research Road.
Mm-hmm.
And that technical severance, reestablishing that lot line, creates a condition where now that existing building at 55 Research Road now has a smaller setback of the variant, being the variance.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's the whole application. There's no changes to any existing buildings, and there is a drive aisle on the east side of 55 Research Road between 55 and 57. So there's plenty of distance between those two buildings. It's just that reestablished lot line will create the smaller east side yard setback. And one friendly amendment to the public notice, it notes 176 Wicksteed Road. It's actually Wicksteed Avenue. I notified staff, and I think that can be corrected, but that's everything for me.
I'm looking to staff. I don't have concern, given that there's no objection to this file, but just got to be careful. And any concern with the error on the public note? We can correct that? Okay, good. Mr. Niffel has a question?
No, I don't. I was going to move the motion.
Oh, okay. If it's all right with you, I'll take us into committee. Okay, thank you.
By all means.
Mr. Chairman, this is going to seem very anticlimactic. It's a very straightforward request variance. I would recommend its approval, subject to the planning department condition, which reads that variance number 1 regarding the east yard setback only apply to the as-built condition of the existing building as shown in the site plan.
Yep. And Metrolinx is advisory, so nothing there.
Do you want to add it?
No.
Yeah.
They're advisory.
Yeah.
All right. Motion seconded. All in favor? Unanimous. You have your approval, sir.
Thank you,
And,
Mr. Chair,
Thank
committee.
you for your patience.
Thank you very much.
The time is 9:15. That concludes our hearing. Do we need a motion to adjourn? Yes, Mr. Niffel. Second by Mr. Marziari. All in favor? All right. That is the end of our hearing. Adjourned, terminated, terminated. All right. And thank you, staff.